Hello and welcome to everybody. I hope you can hear me well. I hope my mic is doing well. According to my audio test, everything seems to be 100%. I am unaware of the sound quality and thought I might want to test it while I'm on here. I think it's about 5 p.m. So let's take a look and see how this is going before we get cranking. Seem to have had nothing but a hassle with my mic adjusting the volumes. So let's hope that the sound is going to be good. So it seems to be okay. There we go. There we go. Okay, so the audio quality is there. Well, hello and welcome to all of you. It seems my mic's working. If my mic is at all too soft or too loud or too anything, do let me know in the chat. And we're waiting for a few of our members to join. There are a few people cancelling today. It seems that we've had a very powerful constellation of events. Hello, welcome, Longoda. Hope you're good. So my audio sounds good, yes? Excellent to hear. And welcome, Free Thought Farmers. Oh, I like that. That's sweet. Excellent. So, yeah, let me get started so long. Hope you're all having a great day. And wow, what a week. Vega Omega, love and peace, brother. Hope you're all shining and smiling. I'm sure you are. I'm actually going to close that window a bit because of the noise. I wonder if you can all hear the cockatiels chiming up in the background, singing their little cockatoo song. So, wow, what a show. We're going to be talking about, hello, Mexico. Hope you're good. So much love to you. Welcome to the space. Welcome to the zone. People are going to be a bit late. Some people aren't arriving, but we're going to have 4 or 5 people here. So it's still going to be a round table. It won't just be me. Let's get started. So basically what we're talking about is essentially the constellations between the sun and the moon. So we have 2 separate things happening when we speak about a lunar eclipse and a solar eclipse. And I'd like for you to consider a solar eclipse as a conjunction of sun and moon, and a lunar eclipse as an opposition between sun and moon. And when the lunar eclipse is happening and we're in opposition, Earth is piggy in the middle, essentially. When we have a conjunction, we have obviously the increased of qualities of both, but amalgamated. So we're going to get into the specifics and the differences between lunar and solar eclipses and the effects on the energetic field, the aura, the chakras, if you will, for they are the constituencies of the auric bubble in which we live, consisting of various different spins of vibratory frequencies. The consciousness spectrum is manifesting in order for flesh, thought, and passion to become what it is. So essentially the moon is, we can consider the moon as, and as we've noticed when you observe the moon is ruling over the tides. It's ruling over the passions and the emotions. And it does so by affecting all the water, because water being diamagnetic is powerfully affected by magnetism, which is why water can flow up hills. If you've ever seen that, it's a hit trip. I've seen it once in a mountain. I couldn't quite understand what I was seeing. And I was like, it must be an optical illusion. But when I researched it at a later stage, it seemed like it's a real thing. And it really does happen. It's a bit mind-blowing. It was hard to say if it was really uphill, but it was a little bit of an uphill. I'm sure it was uphill, but when you start to question yourself, you start to question yourself when you're in the real world. So the diamagnetism of water means that it is very powerfully affected by the currents of the moon, because the moon is the management system, if you will. The management system through the magnetic field And the magnetic field is the management system through which the hormones and the emotions are moving. So we speak of someone as being magnetic. We speak of someone as having powerful personal magnetism. And this is to do with the lunar currents. And we can consider this in terms of the Idda from the Vedic path. And so the Idda from the Vedic path relates to this current of magnetic force, which is sort of the governing factor of what's going on here. And it governs by the principles of the polarized magnetic field. And then we have the sun, which is the polar opposite. The sun is the photon emitter, and it is bringing all of the life force and the prana into the sphere of reality through which we experience life. So we can consider the sun as being an emitter of electron particles, which is essentially the source of all electrical potential in the world that we can see and experience. And so all the electrical potential is essentially the concussion of the atoms, which is producing the sphere of reality as we know it and experience it. And this pranic force, which is coming out of the sun in its abundance, for the sun doesn't manage what it does, it just becomes the center of the constellation and forces everything to move around it as it just emits this powerful force and current. And this powerful force and current is obviously bombarding the earth with powerful electricity. And these photons, these electrical particles, are basically creating percussion, the sphere of rhythm upon the earth's crust, which is producing a high voltage of energy. And this is being governed by the magnetic field. And so we have this electromagnetic field, which is essentially, welcome to all of you. I see you, a few of you been arriving while I've been talking. Hello, welcome to all of you. We're discussing the polarities between the sun and the moon in order to get an insight into the different qualities as they can be considered from an occult perspective. If at all my voice becomes weird or soft or buzzy or anything, do please let me know, because I'd like to get on that. So as I was saying, the potential of magnetism is governed by the moon through what we can consider as the seventh principle, the principle of generation. And the generative principle is containing all of the other six principles of Hermes. And in this way, it produces this constructive glue, if you will, through which all of the electrical potentials can reach their potential and manifest. And so the manifestation, the event horizon, is governed by the principles of the magnetic field. And the Earth's magnetic field is governed by the moon. And so we can see the moon as being magnetism and the sun as being electricity, if we want to simplify it to bring it into a context that's quite easy to understand. So when we're talking about eclipse, we're talking about the interplay between magnetism and electricity. Josh, please, would you please close the door? Please, my boy. I'm in a show. Please, my darling. Not now, my sweetheart. Please, close the door. Don't disturb me again, my boy. Thank you. It's my 7-year-old. So if he opens the door, then all the noise from the next room will be filtering through. So yeah, we have these two potentials, these two possibilities, which are an extension of the electromagnetic field. Think of them as the poles of the electromagnetic field. And the electromagnetic field is the percussive place where all the accidents of matter and reality are happening. Welcome, Aisha. I hope you're having a good day. God bless you. And so this electromagnetic field is the basis and the substance of reality, which is an emission from the pranic field. The pranic field is being emitted from the torus, the toric field. And so the toric field is emitting this spectrum from the inside and the outside because it's getting bigger and it's getting smaller. And it is emitting two different frequencies, which are essentially the two frequencies that are being emitted through the sun of the Idda and the Pingala, which are considered in terms of space, the toric envelope through which matter is manifesting upon the event horizon. So the electrical potential is essentially the expressive, and the magnetic potential is that which is inductive. So magnetism induces electricity, and electricity expresses magnetism. And so we have this electromagnetic field, and everything that's happening within the electromagnetic field we call light. And so light is essentially the substance of reality. And reality is this percussive state of resonance, which is essentially a series of carefully coordinated accidents between the electrical potential and the magnetic potential coming into force of coincidence. So now to get into the principles of the essential conundrum of what we're facing right now. Right now we are facing a solar eclipse. And so what this means is that there's a conjunction between the sun and the moon, which means that the magnetic field is increasing the potential of the electrical potential of the sun. So it's amping up the power of the sun, but it also then completely disturbs the power of the sun and cuts it off from reality totally. And so in this way, it basically produces a series of percussive realities. I'd like to introduce Indy Sage. He's just arrived with us. Indy Sage is a wonderful worker. He works with shadow work. He's a occult thinker, and he's been helping people work through their shadow work, which is actually something that's going to come up in this discussion for sure. And I'd like to give him an opportunity to introduce himself. He's an awesome thinker and an awesome guy. Welcome, Indy.
Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. So glad to be here. It's going to be exciting to talk about the eclipse of the heart and the sun and moon. And as you mentioned, my work with doing shadow work definitely involves just that. And so we're going to be talking about some of the aspects of what happens when the heart is in eclipse and when you can go through a process that you can pull yourself out of that, out of the darkness and back into the light. And that's what I do. And I was able to help some people last night at the dance club. A lot of times when I go out to clubs, people are interested. They're like, wait, you don't drink? How can you be here like having fun with everyone and not drink? I wish I could do that. And so I was able to help a couple folks just give them some courage and some advice. And I think sometimes people just need to see somebody that can inspire them, and they can take lead sometimes. So I try to be a leader, and I try to be there for support. And it's very rewarding to help others for me. So I was able to do it for myself, and it feels great to be able to help other people as well. It's a real gift. But where are we starting off with the discussion?
Well, I was just introducing the notion of the difference between the magnetic field of the moon, which is controlling the pranic field, and the sun, which is the emitter. Hello, Ronan. Welcome. How are you doing, brother? Which is emitting all the life force, and the pranic presence, which is the essence or the essential source of the electromagnetic field that we're experiencing, which is managed by the processes of the moon's magnetic field around the Earth. And that now we're getting this increase. So I'm going to switch modes after just going into one more thing. Obviously, what's the difference between the constellation of the opposition and the conjunction? So the conjunction increases the principles of pranic force, but at the same time decreases it, cuts it off completely. So you have a second sunrise, essentially, when there's a solar eclipse. And the second sunrise means a complete repolarization of the energetics of the Earth, which is quite interesting. It means that the Earth becomes first negative, then positive, then negative. Normally, sunrise and sunset change the polarities of light. And because of the changing of the polarities of light, you have this very interesting reaction where the plants shift the way they breathe. So you could say that the way the plants breathe are affected by the solar eclipse in a big way. And obviously it's going to affect the growth rates of things in an incredible way because of this. It also has a very powerful negative radiance. During the time of the eclipse, you can think of the sun and the pranic presence that's coming out as being cut by the moon. So there's less of a positive health benefit radiance from the solar energy because it's being forced into decline. It's literally dying. So the ancients used to think of a solar eclipse as the dying of the sun. And it's because of this that it is often considered, by ancient cultures, not good luck to go out and be in a solar eclipse. We'll discuss the whys and hows and what that's actually about as we're going through the show. But this is one of the things that many shamanic cultures, many cultures of antiquity have as their belief, that there is a negative potential that can build. And it's got to do with the pranic force being affected by the dying of the sun. It can inspire the pranic force in your body to become deficient, which means mental and emotional, physical well-being can be threatened to a certain extent. Now, the opposite side of the coin is the lunar eclipse, where the potential of the moon's ability to manage magnetism is cut off by the earth, thus causing the sun to become just an unregulated blast of radiant pranic force. Once again, this is also going to affect the magnetic field of the earth and the Schumann resonance to some degree. And the necessary regulatory effects of the moon is fundamental for the processes of things to grow properly and for cellular division and respiration and metabolism to operate, because the magnetic field is managing all the electrical principles in the body as it is on Earth. So there's a twofold effect here. The effects of the electromagnetic spectrum on Earth is obviously affecting the electromagnetic spectrum of Earth, of our bodies, which is maintaining the polarities of Idam, Pingala, shifting polarities within our chakras. And so these shifting polarities are what are affected by these two particular effects of solar or lunar eclipse. Now, it was considered that the moon is dying and the moon is being reborn. So there is a rebirth, and there is a rebirth with the sun. I thought to start with an old tale, which is a very, very old story. And this is actually a story which comes from the Americas. And I heard it some time back, and it left its imprint on me. So what I think it's the Navajo. I could be wrong, but one of the big tribes in America tell this story. And I remember hearing a shaman tell it once. And I thought, what a beautiful story. So how they say is that in ancient times, the heavenly beings were having a discussion about whether or not it should be sun, day, or night, moon. Should it be daylight all the time, or should it be night all the time? And they were having this discussion, and they couldn't come to an agreement with the discussion. So it was decided that there would be an equality between night and day. And so the day and the night would be in a state of balance, and the balance and the harmony would maintain the constructive resonance of the universe and of the world that we live in, and the life principle would be intact. And so obviously from this perspective, all things are considered to be in a state of balance, and the balance and the harmony is rather fundamental. And then after discussing this, and this was in the dawns of time, it was discussed, should there be continuity of life, or should there be life and death? And after having this good discussion, it couldn't be agreed upon. So the spirit of the jackal, I believe it was the jackal. Is it the jackal? I think so. No, the spirit of the coyote, the trickster, came forth and basically said, well, I've got a solution. What we're going to do is we're going to take a pebble, and I'm going to drop this pebble into the water. And if the pebble sinks and rises up, then life shall just be a stream of continuity. If the pebble is covered by the water and sinks to the bottom and it doesn't re-emerge, we shall consider life and death to be the reflection of day and night. And so the trickster played this trick, and everybody agreed to it. So life and death was the notion that was binding all things. And so all things in the world are bound by the balance of the polarity, of the polarizing effects of the magnetic field and the electrical principle, which is life. And all things are also subject to the law of creation and destruction. So the principles of entropy and anentropy are fundamental to all things, people, life forms. And it was considered that the sun, the moon, the planets, they were not exempt to the living and the dying principle. So there was a big frog that was out there. And this big frog was basically brought into existence by the trickster. in order to manifest this whim of life and death. And this great frog would at certain times emerge in the sky, and it would gobble up the sun. And so it was given that during this time, the shaman and the elders and the tribes, all that are connected to children in some way or other in your family line, would be not permitted to go into the light during this time. And they would sit in their sacred spaces with their chimney hole, where they could see a little bit of the light through the chimney hole. And they would sing their sacred hymns and chant their sacred chants until they saw the quality of light on the walls changing, and they knew that this event had finished. And they would chant until this great frog would thus regurgitate the sun. And they did the same for the moon. This great frog would do the same for the moon. So the principle of this great frog eating the sun, eating the moon, is relating to Hermes on some level, and is relating to, once again, the manifestation of the trickster. And Hermes could be considered the trickster from certain schools of thinking. And so this is fundamental to the principles of life and death. And so the dying and the rebirth of the sun is essentially what is happening today from a, antithetical perspective, from a shamanic law perspective. And at other times, it would be the dying and the rebirth of the moon. And obviously, this means a certain aspect of ourselves. So when we are considering these things, it would be wise to consider the dead, those that have gone before. The dying of the sun would be those plans that haven't been manifested, those plans that have brought naught. And during the dying of the moon, we should be considering those feelings that have caused destructive tendencies. And it gives us an opportunity to wrestle with our shadow. So it's a very powerful time for shadow work. And the dying with the sun is the shadow work of working with the mental body. The dying of the moon is the shadow work of working with the deep emotional states. So I'm going to leave it at that for a moment, give us a little bit of an insight into what's going on from a tribal perspective. And I'd love you to take the floor, brother. I don't want to be hopping on forever.
No, the Upanishads mentioned that the pranic energy of the moon can be somewhat headstrong. It's mentioned as an expansive, upward moving, energetic, and emotional force, but it can leave individuals somewhat ungrounded, according to some of my research. And so I know that the moon's associated with a lot of like emotional pulls, which is very interesting and brings to mind the concept that was more prevalent in ancient times, like during the times of Christ and like older times, the idea of hymarmony. And hymarmony suggests that people have certain weaknesses according to their astrological signs that they're going to be subject to because of certain houses of their astrological star chart are in such a way that it will lead them to have some shortcomings to have to deal with in life. And so when they know of that in life, then they can work on their shortcomings and their weaknesses to avoid falling into the traps of hymarmony. Some of those traps might be if you have like an anger management issue, or if you're agoraphobic or kind of scared to be around people, or things like that. You might have certain weaknesses like that, which the ancients would tie to their astrological signs. And a lot of this was influenced by the moon. After people will learn what their chart is and they find what their strengths and weaknesses are, the moon kind of orchestrates how it plays out in their emotional life. And so I know I have a Scorpio moon, but in the Vedic astrology, it's considered the moon of Rahu in the nakshatras. And so I believe that's in the northern node. And the Rahu represents ether principle, the fifth element. And he also represents the imagination and the creation of alternate realities and stories. And so I've always been very imaginative and been fascinated by other people's imaginative stories and interpretations of things. So I was very inspired to see what my Vedic moon sign was and that interpretation, because I never really knew what to make of the Scorpio moon sign when I was younger. But I later found that having a Scorpio moon sign usually means that a person is really intrigued by the mysteries of the world and will investigate all of the things not well understood first and foremost. And so I've had the privilege of being able to do that in my life, which is great, and it's led me into a lot of wisdom and illuminating a lot of things in the darkness that I can share with others. Although at the same time, I haven't really been that interested in popular mainstream culture and ideas, so I have to have a concierge to help me understand these things a lot of times, and a lot of friends do just that. Things like current events. Sometimes I lose track of what's going on the news a lot of times because I'm investigating all these deeper mysteries. But my friends usually fill me in on these things. But I'm really interested in the pranic energy of the moon, but also what would be the corresponding energy from the sun? Is just basic energetic energy, or is it also pranic? I would think that since the Upanishad said that the moon and pranic energy can make one headstrong, I would think that the sun energy would be similar, as far as like enlightenment goes, that's just associated with the sun. It refers to spiritual and mental energy and understanding and insight. But I don't know that it necessarily has the power of like the energy of the heart involved with that. So I associate that more with the earth. But there is a tie in with the moon and sun as well, the heart energy. So I know prana is like the life force. And so that's definitely a big thing where we channel a lot of energy with the heart, because the heart is a huge energetic force. It's got a toroidal energy field around it that can expand for thousands of miles at different states of consciousness, according to the Stargate project by the CIA, where they said you can transcend consciousness into other dimensions and such and expand your consciousness in I believe in a delta brainwave state, which is interesting. Humans don't tend to have an open third eye in the waking state. We can't open our third eye in the waking state in a deep meditative state. But I'm always curious as to whether other animals have like an open third eye in the waking state. I believe that they do. And for us, I feel that we're given access to the third eye to show us that we're in a state that's different than most of the creatures here in the world. And we're in a transitionary state. And so we have to create our known new instincts for ourselves in this new environment that we're in. Because our old instincts may not serve us as well. We've changed our environments significantly. And I feel like the response in the human culture is stories of escapism, the idea of imagination. Like, we're not from here, we came from this other imaginative place that's where we really belong. And so I feel like that's prevalent across the world in all the cultures, these fantastical stories of other dimensions and planes and places in the stars and the skies and in the underworld beneath us. They're expansive, but there's a lot of stories that we entertain that we come from a different place. This is not our land. This is not our home. And I feel that this is our home and our land. And it's hard for us to accept that sometimes because we're not in a thriving state here. We kind of hide in a cage. We're very reliant upon technology, not very well integrated with the wilderness, with nature. And a lot of our societies have taught us to fear nature, as well as the darkness. That's another thing that's been pushed on us, the fear of the dark. But the darkness, as many know, who have done meditation, can be very rewarding. I do purging rituals on the new moons, where you can purge energies that no longer serve you. And traditionally, the shamans would do it by putting that energy into a stick and throwing the stick into a fire. Later, the use of tobacco, put the energy into the tobacco and release that energy that no longer serves you, along with habits or whatever else, into the fire. Now, the current day interpretation of that is people will oftentimes write a letter or a note of the things that no longer serve them and burn that into the fire. All of them are equally valid and very effective. And the time of the new moon is an effective time for that, when all the pranic energy has resided and is at a baseline, and you can begin anew. And it's a very powerful time. I worked with an author for a little while. Her last name is Walton. I'm drawing a blank on the first name, but it'll come to me. But she believes that we have amazing power, and women have an incredible faculty to use the power of the darkness and embrace that and find the light in their heart and move that light energy in the heart space into the womb. And she suggested that women used to be able to impregnate themselves for who knows how long, and that process was hunted out of existence from the hunting of the witches and the taking down of the matriarchy, the imposition of the fallen patriarchy in its place. Suggests that the power of the darkness is a very powerful place where we can find the light within. And I can attest to that. That's definitely something I've experienced as well. So it's easy to fear things we don't understand, but it can also illuminate what's in our heart space when we go into a place of darkness where we don't necessarily see things fully, where the shades have been pulled down and we don't know what's there. So for a long time, I feared the darkness as well. And there came a time where I started to question it. I thought, is it really true that the darkness should be feared? Well, these creatures that I imagine in monsters like come for me in the darkness if I can't see. And that time I decided to take some entheogenics and have a ceremony and go out into the wilderness in the pure darkness of the new moon. And like challenge this fear. And I went out and I imagined all of the creatures coming at me, the coyotes, the panthers, the bears, wolves coming at me. And all of a sudden the fear started to melt away. I thought to myself, these creatures will probably be more scared of me in the darkness. And I started to realize that the fear will attract danger. But having courage in the darkness can make one safer, provide one with security. Because in nature, fear is usually a target. A lot of animals can smell fear. And it will attract them. But I found that being able to find courage in the darkness is a powerful thing. We can all benefit from this shift in our consciousness and being able to go into the darkness with the light from within. That's how the shadow work commences. So it looks like we have another member of the panel here with us.
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Welcome. I'd love to introduce Stijn Fawkes. Stijn's got a channel. Stijn's a He's a Norse Viking student in a sense, so he practices that school of thinking, that ancient, very ancient tradition, the tradition of the giants, as it's often called.
Mostly,
And
yes.
and yeah, he's got his own podcast. Take a look, by the way, on Linktree, Linktree, um, and I'll actually put the link up on the screen just now. But it's Roundtable Panel, Linktree/Roundtable Panel, and you'll find everybody's different links there. Stein's YouTube channel is there, or go into my YouTube channel and you'll see he's on one of my suggested channels. You'll see Stijn there. Please, Stijn, welcome. Take the stage, brother. How are you? Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, yeah, no problem. I actually just got off work, so I'm currently walking to the tram, but on the round table at the same time. So if you hear any noise, it's because I'm outside, because I'm, having to deal with people. Um, no, but well, I guess I'm as good as I can be. For those who haven't or who aren't following me, or who haven't read my Substack, I have some things going in the family, some sensitive things, but considering all circumstance, I'm doing pretty well. It's been a long day at work, but all is well here.
Well, it's lovely to have you joining us, brother. And
Yeah, it's been a while.
it definitely has. And I'd love to get your take on, from the Norse tradition, solar eclipses. What would you consider from a Norse perspective the idea of the solar eclipse?
Oh, that is a good one, because you have, of course, the story of the two wolves chasing the sun and the moon over the skies. Um, I'm actually not sure what Norse tradition says about it, but I would guess that in every tradition, including the European ones, it would be seen as a very big, very powerful event. Um, Maybe for our like way early ancestors, a bit scary, because all of a sudden the sun disappears. Uh, it's not supposed to do that. So I can imagine that whole mythology is based around it. You have in so many mythologies, the beast swallowing the sun. Um, and this solar eclipse, or the one that just happened, or at least happened in North America, was a fire ring solar eclipse, very much reminding of um, of the black sun, and at the same time the ring of fire enclosing the black sun, kind of reminds of the Ouroboros, or Jormungandr, as we know him in the Norse tradition, the world snake, who is so large that he has to bite his own tail. So a lot of things going on with this one, with the last one.
I have a question. Is the solar deity feminine in the Norse tradition? Are you aware of any of that?
Um, I believe so.
I believe so. I've heard that too. And I know that the Korean deity is also a feminine solar deity, if I'm not mistaken, and they also worship a I'm not sure if it's an 8 or 9-legged horse.
I have heard that before. Yeah, from Jin the Ninja, or Wukong Reborn, as he goes by
Yeah.
on Twitter. We have been discussing a bit about similarities between East and West. Also coming to the discovery that in the East you have a eight-legged horse as well, which we would know as Sleipnir, uh, the horse that
Yeah.
Wotan rides on over the nine realms.
Now, what are these 9 realms? Is that like the 7 heavens of different belief systems?
The nine realms are um,
The 3 sets of 3?
no, they are each separate individual realms,
I've heard of the 3
divi-
realms:
div-
Guard,
divided
Valheim,
divided in higher and
and
lower, of course, with Earth or Midgard being the one in between. Midgard, the garden in the middle, the world in the middle.
Mhm.
But you have so many, the home of the dwarves, the home of the elves, the dark elves. You have hell, the underworld, which you don't need to confuse with the Christian hell. It's very, very different. It's still not a nice place to be, but no fire and brimstone to be found there. So
Mhm.
that's something.
Yeah, the Christian
Um,
is kind of questionable. It is mentioned in the Mormon Bible, but there's no mention of hell in the Bible.
well, it's because they basically took it from the Germanics, and I mean for us it's the underworld as well. It's a very basic place. It's not necessarily paradise, but it's not eternal doom either. It just is. You know, you kind of live on there. It is peaceful, but nothing really special. Although you know, of course, guarded by a great hound, similar to the Greek legends. We have ours as well. We have our god or goddess, I should say, of the underworld, Hela, who is a child of Loki, trickster. Um, but yeah, nowhere like the Christian hell. But we do have our lower realms. We do have our realms where you are punished. The lowest of low being at the roots of the Yggdrasil, where the dragon gnaws on its roots, and where oath breakers are sent to, because in the North European tradition, at least breaking your oath, especially as a man, is the worst thing you can do. Because if people can trust your word, if people can trust your oath, then you know you're worthless. If your word is worthless, then you know pretty much you are as well. You are not to be trusted. So we do have our punishment realms. We do have a realm of fire. Um, that is Muspelheim. But that's the realm of ancient fire, of eternal fire, and it was the coming together of Muspelheim and Niflheim, the realm of eternal ice, um, from the steam um, came came everything that is. So fire actually has is really important for us. You can imagine being in Northern Europe, it gets dark here, and especially around these days, October, it gets dark fast and it gets dark early. I mean, it is like my time. It's now 6:45, and I can see the sun already setting. So fire, the warmth of the fire, the light of the fire has always been very, very important to us, and therefore the sun as well, because the sun gives light, the sun gives warmth, and if something were to happen with the sun, if the sun indeed does get swallowed, it basically means the end of the world, or the end of the world as we know it, the beginning of Ragnarok. That is the actual beginning of Ragnarok, with the swallowing of the sun by the beasts.
That seems to be a very ancient story with regards to the swallowing of the sun. It seems to come up in many cultures. I've heard this mentioned. You came across a really interesting point, Stijn, where you mentioned specifically the Ouroboros. And well, we call it the Ouroboros. It's many names, the serpent that eats its own tail, as the symbolic face of infinity. But there's more to it than just infinity. It obviously represents regeneration and life and death, and the principles of rebirth, essentially. The wheel of time are combined in the symbol. And I like to think of it as aura, which is light, right? Aura, the emission of light, and barish. And so barish, if you go to India today and you speak of barish, you're speaking about the rain. So, and rain that falls from the sky like cold water. So you're speaking about the aura of light that is being rained upon. And it is the dark moon. So whenever we've got a full solar eclipse, we've got a full dark moon. So the new moon will be coming sometime after. So we shall be awaiting the new moon, and we are now in the dark moon phase, which means that this is the only time you can see the moon in its darkest quarter. This is a really interesting concept. So normally the dark moon, you can't see the moon because it's there, but you can't see it. But now you're actually able to fully experience the dark moon, experience the power of the darkness of the moon as it relates to the dead, those that have passed on. And many of us have been thinking about those of our friends and families that have passed on and people we've known. I've been also contemplating those that have passed on. It's an almost natural response to this dark moon when it is so accentuated by the sun, because it's the one time you're able to actually stare directly at the dark moon with the backdrop of the sun around it. And so you see the dark moon is accentuated by a ring of fire, which is a really interesting symbol when it comes to really looking deep into the eye of our shadow. And it becomes
Yeah.
like an eye, like an iris of the eye. And so we're actually revealing the deepest depths of our darkness during this time. And darkness doesn't mean necessarily evil, it means the deepest, darkest recesses of matter, of the binding etheric plane that is essentially emanating the structures of reality as we can see it here. So it's a very, very powerful time for bringing together this rebirth energy within ourselves and going into our deepest, darkest fears, our deepest, darkest passions, our deepest, darkest losses, and our feelings and our greatest pains. It's a wonderful time for purification. Though I do find, and here I'm going to share a personal experience. I find whenever there's a solar eclipse coming, and it's not just on the moment of the eclipse, it's when that sun and that moon are so close in conjunction, I find that the radiation of the sun affects me in a very interesting way. It affects my brain, it affects my body. And it's when the moon is very close to the sun, it has some effect on the radiation, on the magnetic field of the polarizing light. And it has the exact opposite effect of what it has when the moon is an eclipse. When we have the moon on the other side of the planet and we are piggy in the middle, the moon is in its maximum potential to manage the pranic force of the sun. So there's a very interesting balance that's being struck here, and we're moving into the extremity of delving into the deepest, darkest corner, and with a bright light of the sun to accentuate that darkness so that you cannot avoid it. It's a very powerful time for doing these fire rituals.
Hmm. Well, I mean, that really hits on a deeper personal level for me, since, of course, tomorrow would have been my brother's 28th birthday. Um, and I'm saying would have been because he unfortunately is no longer among us, not in the world of the living, that is. And of course, the one who has helped me through it the most and who is struggling with it myself is my wife, Fire Faye. So we have the deep sadness. I have the fire. Uh, I guess I should be doing rituals. Should be doing some soul searching. Um, so yeah, this really, at least for me, hits on a more deeper level, more personal level. So I mean, I hate it. I hate having to do soul searching and shadow work and whatever. But I I have to, at least for this event, for this moment of time. And you were speaking about the dark moon, which is interesting because I am not that familiar with the dark moon, but I have heard a lot about the dark sun or the black sun and the ring of fire around, or what you call the black moon, being associated with the black sun, and the eye actually also being associated with the black sun, the pupil being the black sun, because it is that, well, quite literal hollow nothingness, because the pupil of the eye is hollow. Then the ring of fire indeed could be the iris.
I think that's definitely something that I'd love for us to break into. I'd just like to welcome Ronan to the stage. Ronan has just arrived. Welcome, brother Ronan. Ronan is another shamanically inspired, a cool cat, and he's a crypto guy as well, so he knows about money. He's got his own show, The Ronan Experience, well worth catching. Just go and click on my recommended channels. You'll see Stijn and Ronan and everybody's channels there. Go and check out his channels. He's been having some crazy, awesome interviews. He had a really super one yesterday. I didn't catch it, but I intend to. Ronan is also a code breaker and an occult thinker, and he keeps telling us how he's not so clever, but he's quite a bright cat. I'd love to give Ronan a chance to take the stage. Welcome, Ronan, brother.
Yo, what is going on, Franklin? Peace and harmony, money. Stijn, what's up, brother? Don't miss your stop. Shout out to the European train system. And what's up, Indy Sage? How are you guys?
Welcome. Doing well. Glad to have you with us, man. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
The Moony. The name month comes from moonth.
Yeah.
And so it's only natural to see that money could be as well.
I mean, I think it all boils down to sun, moon, heart, earth, heavens, head, hell, heel, heart, earth in the middle. I think it's as simple as that. You know what I mean? I like to boil things down and get a real basic. But yeah, we had an awesome guest last night. Definitely check it out, guys. Michelle Gibson is a legend in the researching game, and she blessed us, and we hung out and had a great time. I'm waiting on this. I'm in Georgia, so supposedly in Texas, this eclipse is supposed to be viewable in like 2 minutes, and I got a clear sky. I don't know if I'll actually see an eclipse here in Georgia, but luckily it's clear right now. So my intentions are set. I'm in the yard cleaning up. My elderberry tree is supposed to be a bush, but I'll trim that, and then I'll get my garden. And I didn't grow anything this year, so it's overrun. But this winter, prepare for that. But you know, I'm not brave enough to take my shirt off right now because I got dad bod. But like Indy's been working out. That's why he's bold. I got to work out. But I'll turn the camera off and get this beautiful sun rays. And yeah, I mean, I got a few opinions, but I'll just chime in when I can. And but yeah, it's a awesome topic.
Hey Ronan, that bot ain't so bad. Like there are a lot of good women who love a dad bot.
Oh yeah, my back is smooth like a baby seal. You know what I mean? There's not a ripple. There's not a ripple in my there. So I gotta do pull-ups. So if you're like a real smooth back, it's an awesome chest hair. I mean, I'm your guy, ladies. What's up? But
Well, you heard it.
But no, keep
Ladies,
going, guys.
get to Georgia. Hot singles. It's turned into a dating show all of a sudden.
Oh yeah, what's up? Let's talk about the sun and moon. But yeah, I mean, it's very interesting that you're doing this. So I'm sure it's the topic, but the eclipses in general, I think it's completely goofy that they think it's the moon goes in front of the sun. At least that's what they tell us. The magicians of manipulation tell us that, but that's just so absurd. I have my own theories. I can't prove anything, but just a level set. Just a level set on the. Yeah, just a level set on the plane. I believe these are luminaries and not like the moon is a lamp. It's a night light. It actually gives cold light, and the sun gives warm light, obviously. And I believe these are like lamps of some kind. So I don't think they're actually hard spherical things. So when you have an eclipse, you know, I don't see the approach of the other object on its way getting into the sun until it actually starts getting on the sun. So this could be one theory is there's an object actually behind the sun that's kind of blocking that light reflection, right? So it's kind of like behind it is one concept. Some say the dark sun or the black hole sun could be just like the light itself somehow just has to do its own little reset on occasion. I don't know, and I don't think anyone knows, but it's really fascinating. It's not as simple as the moon going around, and it is like that Ouroboros. For sure, we're in an arc. It goes around in an arc on a plane. The paths of the sun and the moon goes in between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, I believe. And who knows if that path has always been set in history. Some would say that suns are born, and they go on their spherical path, and maybe they get even larger and then make more suns. So maybe there's outer rings of suns, well beyond what we call anti-arc, outside of the.
That's a fascinating theory. I've heard many theories
Yeah, and
about
you know,
it.
Stijn,
So,
I don't. Oh yeah, and some would call it puddle theory, right? Where the sun don't shine, you're gonna have cold and darkness, right? So these lands beyond. Now I don't know about ice walls. Maybe it's just a beach. We're just not shown. We're only shown that glacier.
oh man,
All of them. You know what I mean? On the mechanics of this simulation.
I mean, one thing is for
What's
sure. This realm is not what we're told it is. It doesn't look like we are told it looks. Because if like very simply put, if the light of the sun is supposed to illuminate the moon as well, then why at certain times do I see both the sun and the moon in the sky? Like one shouldn't be visible without the other. If that's the case, if that's true. And then
What you
also
said,
vampires don't make sense because if the moon just reflects sunlight, then they still couldn't go out as night because moonlight is basically just sunlight.
what you say, Ronan, is very interesting because it does sort of line up with the theories from India of the Ida and the Pingala, and that the moon is essentially Ida, its radiance, and the sun is Pingala. And so the sun is the source of all the electricity, and the moon is the source of all the magnetism. And electricity produces heat, and magnetism doesn't produce heat. Magnetism produces energy, but the energy is not hot. And so the qualities of coolness and heat are definitely related to this, which I find rather interesting because when we consider the nature of Ida and Pingala, we're looking at the double slit experiment, which has basically proved to us that light has got two qualities. And they've tried to lie to us and say to us that light is one thing, but it's very obvious that it's two separate things when we look at the nature of reality.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you can do experiments where the moon is actually has a decaying effect, like on plants and stuff, and the sun obviously has.
It seems Ronan's camera is freezing up, but interesting what he's saying there, the different growth cycles. Oh, please continue, Ronan, if you're back with us.
Oh no, go ahead. I'm gonna I'm gonna listen and do some yard work, but keep going, guys.
It seems his connection is dropping while he's in the garden. But this is a very interesting point in the way in which plants grow differently at night to the way that they grow during the day. And I've observed this. I mean, we've all grown plants, right? We've all noticed that they do things at night when there's no light. And they definitely react to what's happening in the evening, to the moon. There's no doubt about that. And so there's a powerful resonant field that's being bound by the moon. And it's interesting how the moon seems to have this huge effect on the oceans that the sun doesn't seem to. Even though when you consider the size of the moon and the size of the sun, because of the distance, they're ratioed at exactly the same, right? So they should be having the same pull on the oceans because if you look at the size of them, they are ratio-wise equidistant from the Earth in terms of their mass, if that makes sense. So there's a very interesting difference. And what Ronan says about it not being a solid object is something that I've always considered. I've always considered the sun as being the structure of a cube that's spinning really fast and that it's a gate. It's a gate through which electrical energy is moving. And I've always considered the cube, I mean the moon, to be a very fast spinning series of circles like we're talking about the flower of life, through which magnetic force is emitted. So the one is like a magnetic gate, and the one seems to be a electrical gate. And it's very interesting how these two principles are definitely manifesting this two qualities of light that we speak of in terms of Ida and Pingala, which is the fundamental structure of our body. So when you look at the Kundalini images, what you see is the Ida, which is coming related to the pituitary gland. So the moon's energies are related to the pituitary gland, and the sun's energies are related to the pineal gland specifically. And the pineal gland obviously is governing all the electrical principles, and the pituitary gland is governing all the hormonal or emotional magnetic principles, where the electrical principles are relating to the resonant frequencies of the central nervous system and the arc of the electrical current moving through the nerves, jumping across the synapses, and there's a timing to it. So from a shamanic perspective, we consider this principle of the sun and the moon to be fundamentally equally important, but equally opposite in terms of their nature, where the magnetic effect is how magnetic we are as people, and the electrical effect is how intelligent we are. Though there is also an emotional intelligence. In other words, one can magnetically induce information to be attracted to oneself through the magnetic principle. And the electrical principle dictates that one can electrically structure one's energetic field, electrical field, in order to bind and release and hold information. So there's two different modes through which information seems to be able to be traveling or be able to be passed through like a conduit. And so the sun and the moon are really the keys to our life. And we speak of the sun and the moon being the left and right eyes of Ra. And it's for this purpose that I think we've really got to understand how fundamentally important the moon is, why the moon was always used for the calendars and not the sun. I think that would probably be a good place to also look at this. In terms of today's energies, I have been feeling this radiant power of the sun for the last 2 days, and it causes the timing in my electrical system to change, and I can sense the change. So those of you that are very sensitive to electromagnetism, notice how the frequency that you feel running through your body changes during these times of the solar eclipse. And it's got to do with the timing of the electrical field through the central nervous system, which is interesting. You might notice your sensations here becomes almost uncomfortable inside your pineal gland. And the pituitary gland, you'll notice becoming very active when there's a lunar eclipse, where you'll feel that tickling sensation in the middle of the head, which causes you to feel almost a little bit drunk. And that's the effects of the pituitary gland, the Ida opening up, the emotional intelligence, the ability to magnetize information towards oneself through magnetic fields, as opposed to conducting information through oneself through the electrical principle. And it all seems to be the process of imagination forming in information in terms of energy. But I don't want to be the only one harping on you. I think Stijn also pointed out something interesting about the black sun and the black moon. And I'll just say a small word about that. The black moon and the black sun. Well, every other planet has got polarities. So when we consider Mercury, we've got Virgo, we've got Gemini. When we consider Mars, we've got Aries, we've got Scorpio. When we consider Venus, we've got Libra, we've got Taurus. When we consider Jupiter, we've got Sagittarius, we've got Pisces. When we consider, what have I forgotten? When we consider Saturn, we've got Capricorn, and we've got Aquarius. So when we look at those principles, the sun and the moon are each other's poles. They don't have poles. The sun is Leo, the moon is Cancer. And Leo and Cancer are the head and the tail of the Ouroboros. So mentioning the Ouroboros is looking at Leo and Cancer and the way in which they are set up to form this divine polarity, which is rather interesting in itself. And so when we speak about the black sun and the black moon, we're speaking about essentially the same thing seen through a different perspective. And when we're talking about the black sun, we're talking about effectively the lunar eclipse. When we're talking about the black moon, we're talking about the solar eclipse, because when the moon and the sun are in the point with the moon being dominant, right, as it is when we've got a full moon, then we are talking about the lunar eclipse. But the black moon occurs every month, just in terms of the dark moon, and the dark moon is what comes just before the new moon. And so it's the exact opposite pole of the cycle of full moon. And so when we speak about the dark moon, we're speaking about the opposite to full moon. And so the dark moon is where the moon becomes basically obstruction to the sun during eclipses. And it's quite interesting. It's got to do with poles and polarities of energies, I believe. Shifting polarities of vibrational fields that cancel each other out in much the same way that jamming technology can be used to jam your internet, like during martial law. I'll put that out there.
So, what would be the significance of the new moon? Because we, like, pretty much everyone knows the significance of the full moon. You know, it's the peak of the cycle. It's when it's at its most powerful, most magnetic. I do agree with the magnetic part. Um, you can literally see it in the currents of the ocean, currents of the water. It's that's the magnetic power of the moon that causes the currents. But what would be the significance of the new moon? Because barely anybody talks about that.
So Stijn, let me do a quick chime in to just share where I'm at with the moon and tides. I don't believe the moon has anything to do with tides. I believe there's a river, I believe there's rivers at magnetic north, because when we look at the Great Lakes here, over here, they don't have tides. They're not affected by the moon. So lakes aren't affected by the moon. Only the ocean, or excuse me, lakes don't have tides. Only the ocean have tides. And if something affects one thing, it should affect all things same way, similar ways. But so just want to throw that out there on the tides thing. I believe that's a falsehood. I do think the moon affects women and us and men, not just women. It's just a little more obvious in women, you know what I mean? Because men are also affected by these cycles where we might have it may manifest differently. But anyway, if anyone wants to talk about the new moon, I just want to throw that out there where I'm coming from. And I'm not trying to sell anyone on any ideas. I'm just merely sharing my viewpoint on that.
You're right though. You're right. It seems that the only effect it has on water is with the ocean. I do wonder about the significance of that because the ocean being salt water, and salt water is or carries charge a lot easier. Talking electricity, talking magneticism, magnets. Salt water is a much better conductor than fresh water. So I'm wondering if it's if it just has to do with that, because river water, lake water, it's not the same water as ocean water or seawater.
Yeah, that is also my understanding of why the frequency of the moon affects the tides, or seems to. However, whether that's the fact or not, but it does seem to have an effect, and I believe it's got to do with the resonant frequency of the harmonic resonance between the elements in the water and the sea, because the sea is full of a lot of different elements, and the resonant frequencies of the moon's vibrational field seems to have this vibrational effect. And I believe that this is why salt is so fundamentally important in the alchemical process, because salt has this way of, as you say, it produces ions. And so the salt ions, the ionic aura of the water changes. And so it's definitely able to be interacted with. Now, when we're speaking about the new moon, from a shamanic perspective, we're talking about the moon being reborn. So from the dark moon, the moon has died. So what are we talking about? The full moon comes through its cycle. From a shamanic perspective, the full moon gets to the point where it's the last final crescent. The final crescent goes to the point where the moon literally dies. The moon goes through a journey in the underworld. This is the story of, is it Nana? Yeah. This is the story of Nana and the underworld, and the way in which the moon goes through the underworld and then emerges once again renewed and refreshed from the underworld, expressing the continuity of the Ouroboros. So the dark moon has to touch the dark sun from a metaphysical perspective in order for this to become congruent, so that the rebirth of the moon can be experienced and witnessed. So we could think of it in terms of the rebirth of that frequency, where there's two streams of light. So there are these two fundamental streams of light that are moving, and we can detect them in terms of the double split experiment, which clearly shows that there's two different kinds of light. And that's why the double split experiment works the way it does, which is almost defying of belief, the way in which this quantum entanglement is working. The quantum entanglement is the field that exists between these two different types of light. And these two different frequencies of light produce a quantum entangling effects, where electricity and magnetism become interwoven through the principle of the Ouroboros, so that the Ouroboros also represents then the quantum entanglement field, which is the translation between the lunar current and the solar current, which is, as we can see when we look at the toric field, there's a lunar current and a solar current at work in the toric field. For the toric field is expressing and impressing. So it's impressing into itself. And in terms of a toric field, when you get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, it gets to the point that you get so small that you start getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And you get to the point where you get so big that you start getting smaller and smaller. So it's like you're coming into and going out of the same principle. And so these two frequencies are in a total state of balance and harmony, and they are supporting each other. Because without the one, you cannot have the other. You cannot have the Ida without the Pingala, or the Pingala without the Ida. And when the Ida and the Pingala are in a state of harmony and balance within the human body, we talk about Shushumna. And Shushumna is the point of the Suddhi Chakra, where Shushumna is achieved. And this is where the Ida and the Pingala become resolved and are operating in a state of perfect harmony. And in that state of perfect harmony, the physical universe has ceased to be, which is really interesting. So the physical universe is a reflection of the electromagnetic spectrum, which is the dance between the two currents. So the new moon represents moving from one polarity into the other polarity, in the same way that you consider the full moon as being the expression of the maximized potential of the Ida. We talk about the new moon being emergence from the minimum expression of the Ida. So during the dark moon, we could say that the Pingala is running wild and is unregulated. And during the time of the full moon, the Pingala is at its maximum point of regulation by Ida. So the full moon is the closest we can get to the point of Shushumna being realized on the physical plane, in a sense, from a Vedic perspective of consideration. And so the new moon is rather fundamental in that journey back towards Shushumna from the extremity imbalance. So when you look at the chakra lines, you've got these two serpents of the caduceus that are winding their way up or over the rod of Hermes. And the rod of Hermes is represented by the 33 nadis in the human body, the 33 points or ridges in the spinal column. And so these 33 points have got circles that do this. And at the outer rim, the furthest they are apart from each other, we can consider this to be representative of the dark moon. And when they are starting their journey back towards the center, this is the new moon. And when they get to the center, this is the full moon. And when the full moon starts to go into decay, it starts to expand again. So these 33 circles that are moving in and out towards the Sushumna, towards the central column of the spine, and away from the column of the spine, represent the birth and death of the moon, which is why Shiva Nadi is the moon Nadi from a Vedic tantric perspective. And it's the new moon represents an energetic balance that is being reinstituted from the extremity of imbalance. That's closest I can get to sort of considering it from my perspective.
And on the flip side, you have the sun reaching enlightenment at 33. The Christos oil, the anointed one, the anointing going over the 33, reaching the age of 33, reaching enlightenment. That's like on the complete other side of it.
Where ice defrosts the water in Fahrenheit.
Yeah, I mean Fahrenheit and Celsius. Like I never understood Fahrenheit. Celsius always. I mean that's growing up European, of course, has to do with it. But in Celsius, the 0 point is the freezing point. 0 is minimum for freezing. The human body has supposedly in Celsius a temperature of 37 something. At 3 plus 7 you have 10. Being whole. There's nothing after 9 because 10 is just 1 and 0 becoming 1 again. There's so many fascinating things, but why I asked about the new moon is because my son, my boy, is born on the new moon, or was born on the new moon, and you could only say that ever since things have changed, a completely new cycle has begun. I've had to grow, I've had to learn, but I mean, I'm just wondering what it would mean for my son, with him also being so much like me, and then born on the new moon.
Well, I can't speak for specifically to give you a definitive idea, but what I could say is it would depend on other factors, on firstly where his moon is, and on his Rahu and his Ketu, his north and south nodes, as to the alignments of this emotional force. And then it would depend upon whether they are squared by other principles, other planets, or whether they are in trine. If they are in trine, they will be exalted over and above. Or if they are sextile, there would be other kinds of more subtle influences. But in terms of the new moon, I would say that represents a lot of potential for change. it's a very big potential for change. It's a very powerful, alignment because it's a little bit chaotic. So it means that the potential of that chaotic energy is rich, which means that there's a certain unpredictable potential that is carried in that constellation, where the full moon would be more of a consistent. So it means
Well, he
often it
is.
means intelligence. I think it means high intelligence often, because what you lose on the flip, you gain on the other side. So his emotional body might be a little less tuned, but his mind would make up for it, if that makes sense. Like his intellect.
Yeah, that sounds like my son, or like mine and Firefay. I guess she always, like, I can feel her poking and prodding like our son. But yeah, he is a wild one. He's a rowdy little boy, but incredibly intelligent and just full of love. So yeah, that really, that does sound like my son. And he's,
Yeah, as long as he's not growing horns, I think you're safe, bro.
oh god, he just might. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, then you have to file him down.
What's a few horns between family, though? I think that there's often been a almost misunderstanding back to front of these principles very often, because it's very interesting that the new moon sort of represents solar potential at its max. Wow, here we go. Let me introduce. We have Firefay here. Firefay is the lady that was mentioned. Welcome, Firefay. She is a medium. She works with the energy of the Fae. Stein's beloved partner, his wife, and she has graced us with her presence. She's been very busy of late. Thank you so much for coming, Firefay. I don't know where your links are, but I'm sure Stijn will have them. Welcome, and please take the floor, my dear. God
I don't know where to begin. Where were we at when I popped in?
talking about the new moon, talking about Floyd.
Yeah. The youngest of the bunch.
Yes, the rowdy one.
Hey, that's also your slug dude too.
Okay, the youngest rowdy one.
I've just been busy with a lot of things. We had some good news. I'm not going to say on a live cast. I'll message you later, Franklin, about it and let you know what's been going on. I've been doing school. My kitty co-host, the female, is with me right now. Are you saying hi? Yeah. There's just been a lot's been going on. The last full moon going into this new moon was a very heavy emotional detox for me. And I noticed with this solar eclipse, it really brought everything to a head.
Yeah, it did. You're sensitive to it anyways. Like, especially the moon.
Yeah.
You're very sensitive to it. And I have noticed that at least over the last few days, it's been hitting you hard. You have closed some chapters, or trying to close some chapters, but chapters that have left their wounds, left their scars. So, here we go with the deeper parts of yourself, the darker parts of yourself. You have had to face them.
And that's like the beauty of having such a strong partner, is that I wouldn't have been able to make it through this moon because it was strong. I mean, that full moon and what was it, hun? Wasn't it like full moon in Leo?
Aries, I
Aries.
believe.
Aries is one of those ones where if it hits me hard. And then going into the new moon in Libra, it brought everything out that I wasn't sure how to handle it properly, which is so not me. I think it just really took me by surprise.
If I could chime in, what I find interesting about the human body
Mhm.
is physical scars. You know, your body, you cut yourself. You don't have to do anything. The body will just, it knows how to heal. It'll just literally start binding itself back together, and will leave those scars. But it's magical how that works. And if your body is at least working in it's working properly, right? And I equate that. I say that because of you mentioned some tough times recently, and I think of leaving scar. I think someone said leaving scars or whatever. I think that works on the emotional level too.
There's definitely some emotional scars that I wasn't aware that were going to open. And with this new moon, I wrote an article, an open-ended letter to my brother-in-law last night. And with all of what I said in that letter, it brought all of the emotions that I've kept down, came back up. And poor Fawkes has been dealing with me crying almost all day. So if I sound a little off, it's because I've been crying. But I guess,
Well,
it's me just being real,
and I kind of mentioned that, and I'm speaking to myself also in this, in that when your body heals, when it's working properly, everything's working, and I believe that's the same with the emotional and the spiritual side. Meaning, an incident happens, trauma happens, and if you're operating, at an optimized level spiritually, etc., you can heal from those wounds, both seen and unseen, naturally.
I think
And
it was,
by the time, and then I'll be quiet. But by the time this journey's over, we're all scarred up from head to toe, inside
oh
and
yeah.
out. We're gonna have battle scars along the way, but the
Well,
goal is to get everything, mind, body, and soul, to be operating at a high level to handle these traumas and blunt,
yeah. And I think that's what
blows.
ended up happening is I'm not turning what happened to Fox's brother on me by any means, but when Fawkes wasn't able to say goodbye, it brought up all of the emotions that I had surrounding my grandfather's death because I was not able to say goodbye. So it brought all of that pain and that anguish that I felt when he passed, even though it was at the end of his life cycle, and it's nowhere near what we went through with my brother-in-law. It still hit that wound that I didn't know needed to be closed. And I think that's why it's so hard, is because it's like I want to grieve, but I don't know how to grieve because I never allowed myself to grieve my granddaddy, if that makes any sense. So like with this moon, it's just like I said, it's just brought out so much that I thought, I had really worked on and I really was able to move past, but in releasing some things that I needed to release, it opened up the floodgates, if you will.
That's a good sign, though, because it means that you're actually fundamentally in tune and you're actually resonating with your deeper emotional field. And I want to actually ask you a question.
Sure.
I'm also very sensitive to these currents. Yesterday, I actually had to lie down during the day because I'd been in the midday sun for a bit much, and the resonant frequencies coming out of the sun, I could feel that it was affecting the resonant frequencies of my brain. And the feeling behind my eyes, the pressure behind my eyes, I'm never, ever, touch wood, never get migraines, never get headaches. And it wasn't a migraine. It's not a headache. It's a kind of a, I can only describe it as a cooked feeling. Do you get that cooked feeling in your head certain times when the sun
Yes,
is
and that's where it's like I just got chills up my spine, because the thing is, even though my element is fire, hence the name Fire Fae, it hit me harder, and it was just like I felt like you said, it felt like, you know, you were being sunken into yourself, and it was just like this heavy feeling. And like as I was writing that open-ended letter with Fawkes last night, the floodgates just, I don't know, just like opened, and I couldn't even sleep last night. I'm going on, you know, almost 24 hours of no sleep, because it's like last night, I don't know what it was with this one. This one was potent, and I think it was because of the eclipse.
It was also Friday the 13th. And here's another
here's-
point. Let's bring this in.
I love
Mhm.
Friday the 13th. That's the weird part, because like as being somebody who considers herself an old-timey witch, Friday the 13th is a lucky day for us. So it was really bizarre that it affected me in an opposite way, if that makes any sense.
I think it was lucky because if you look at the numbers, so it was the 13th, but it was the 13th of the 10th, which is 23 during
That's true.
2023. So we've got
That's
the
true.
23 numbers repeated on either side of the 20. And so that's quite like bringing us to 46. And 46 is really important because we're now looking at the numbers of chromosomes, right? 23,
Yeah,
23. And the 20, between the 23 and the 23 are the 10 Sephirot of the Kabbalah in their
that is
polarized
true. I didn't even
forms.
think about that. I didn't
So
even think
we've
about
got
that,
like
Franklin.
very sacred. And this is why our emotional bodies were so active yesterday and why our psychic vision was being pushed to bring resonance, and our
That
emotional
makes
bodies were like
sense.
being squeezed like tube. I had to stay up last night and write music. I had no choice.
Yeah, and I think that's what ended up happening too, is that, you know, like in my letter, I don't know if any of you read it, but I wrote saying that I don't know if I'm allowed to grieve you. I don't know how to comfort your brother and your sister when I've never lost a brother. I don't know how to comfort your mom and dad because I've never lost a son. And it was just, you know, it was a very emotionally raw thing for me to write. And I have not written something like that in a very long time. And the thing is, it's like Fawkes and I are very in tune with each other. He can tell you that, like, the moment that I feel off, or vice versa, we're in each other's messages saying, "Hey, are you okay?" And for like the longest time, I was telling him, "I'm fine, I'm okay." And then writing that open-ended letter yesterday just really was emotionally charging, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but honey, you say I'm fine in the same way that I say I'm fine.
And that's like the hard part, is like me and him say it at the same time, and we both look at each other, sure you are. And that's where it's so hard to talk about emotions, because like for the longest of times, I didn't have anyone I could talk to about my emotions. So when things happen the way that they did, I guess I, in a way, turned myself away from the emotional side because I didn't want to feel it. So writing that letter yesterday flipped on that emotional switch again.
Well, you very much have a tendency to like go very much into yourself, like bury yourself in yourself, just to escape, to not be able to feel, to not be on the surface where all those emotions lay. So when there is a dual astrological event being Friday the 13th, bringing you much joy because it's your holiday. But then,
yeah, that's true.
But then, at the same time, having the eclipse, it just amplifies it. And it's amplified the one thing that you haven't been able to process yet. So heightened emotions all around, and then hitting you on your shadow, hitting you on your shadow side, on the one spot that is still an open wound and is yet to heal. No matter how many times you claim that, oh yeah, it's healed, I'm healing. No, you're not, honey. Otherwise, you wouldn't have written that letter. Otherwise, it wouldn't have hit you as hard as it did. So I think it's a culmination of so many things wrapped up in one.
And I think Franklin does have a point. It was lucky now that I'm like thinking about it, because I'm like, because it did open those emotional stuff that I needed to release. And it feels weird being the only female in here talking about emotions.
Well, Franklin is in touch with his feminine side, so he can. No offense, bro.
No, I'm very in tune with my feminine side. I was just gonna say, Moon Feather is here in spirit, but she had to go to deal with family matters.
That's who I was feeling.
And
Okay.
Lily is here in spirits, but Lily also had to go and visit her family this weekend. And Ramar went to a all ladies meeting today.
Oh, that's what I've been feeling. Okay.
Came home a while ago, and she said she was really going to be tired because it's a journey across London and meeting with a woman group, a ladies group. So unfortunately, Soraya said she will be popping in at some point later, possibly.
Okay.
But yeah, the other
And it looks like
two
we lost Stijn. His connection probably went.
I'm sure he will be back. Maybe he's walking in the street and he's between cell phone towers.
Well, it's pretty windy there too. I could hear the wind, so. But that's the thing too, where it's just like, I apologize for being absent. It's just been a roller coaster of a lot of things, with side projects, with Fawkes and I doing, with personal stuff to work related stuff, and then everything coming to a head last night after I wrote that letter. And I just haven't been able to stop crying today, so.
I consider crying to be a divine thing. I actually, okay, talk about crying. I cry a lot. And I cry with it's hard to explain this. If I watch a sunrise, I can start crying. If I see a person's pain, I can start crying. If I can cry literally at the drop of a hat.
That's me too.
I normally cry when I write music. It's why my performing name used to be Gentle Tear, because if you put me on the stage and I start singing, I'm going to be crying. So I spend a lot of time crying in my life, and when I meditate deeply, I always used to make the joke that if I'm meditating hard, I can feel it by how wet my extremities are, because the tears wet my entire chest to the point where I'm sitting in a puddle of tears. So I've always thought of crying as being one of the most powerful, liberating things of transmutation of the emotional body. And it's like a gift. We've been taught in this culture that crying is bad, but they lied to us. Crying is like what a child does naturally, and it sort of it recalibrates your energy body, your pranic field, to being optimal and joyful.
Well, especially with men, we are told that crying is a sign of weakness in man. Crying is what women do. A man is not supposed to cry. We're supposed to, bottle it up, be a man. Be stoic, but the complete wrong way of being stoic, because being stoic is not being emotionless.
And I think that's why, with being with each other, we are able to help each other be emotional, show that it's okay to cry. Even though as a female, I cry more often than you, I was able to get you to understand that it's okay to cry too.
And I do still sometimes struggle with it, but
Mm-hmm.
you have made me more comfortable with it.
Mm-hmm.
Stijn, you cry?
Nah, man, that's just dust.
It's just fairy dust in his eye. I threw fairy dust in his eye.
Yeah, man.
Because
It's
he's
just
being a pain in my ass. Fairy dust.
cutting onions and fairy dust, and
Oh yeah, allergies. I have allergies too.
Oh yeah, man,
No.
bad allergies. Like it's October. It's peak, like late allergy season or something.
Phew.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think that's it's just been an uphill battle, and that's why I'm so thankful that Fawkes and I discovered and founded the tribe that we have, and in that we have been able to network and meet all wonderful people from all walks of life. And I've met some amazing people along this journey, and there's one that we had on the show, and she is my cosmic twin to a T.
Oh, Brenda.
And yeah, at Horrifying History. And
She's awesome.
The best way we describe each other is she's the Wednesday to my Enid, and she's my Enid to my Wednesday. I don't know if people have seen the show Wednesday, but if you've seen the show, you'll understand what I'm saying, because it's like that's just who her and I are. And
basically, Enid is a sparkly rainbow unicorn, and Wednesday is a black raven.
So
they're complete opposites of each other.
And that's where it's like we're each other's inside.
Oh, that's gross.
Thanks. But then, along the way, I was able to be introduced to you, Franklin, and, a lot of people in your group who have become really good friends of mine, where I can sit there and say, hey, I'm not feeling great today. And never once have I been judged on how I'm feeling. Even if I'm in silence, people are checking on me to make sure I'm okay. And it's like, I'm not used to that. I'm used to Fawkes poking and prodding and be like, hey, you good? You good?
Well, yeah, that's my duty as your husband, honey.
I know.
Yeah, that's so true. And responding to the whole crying thing, I have noticed that it's interesting. My father taught me to cry. Now, my father was the bravest man I've ever known in my life, and I think there's something about crying and bravery, facing your fears, facing your deepest, darkest. Because I remember one night when there was an organized crime syndicate and they stabbed a man in the heart dead in front of me because they could. And my father, this was when I was young, I was 5. My father stepped up and he counted them. He said, "Oh, there's 12 of you. Well, why don't you come outside? It was a 4-star hotel." And he went outside with these 12 men and they stood around him. And they were like part of a syndicate. And the guy, the ugly Americans, they were called. It's just the name of the street syndicate of organized crime that was big in South Africa. And anyway, they made a circle around him. And he was in the newspaper the next day because those that survived were in intensive care. Those that survived. And so he was like one of the greatest warriors I've ever known in my life. And he was the bravest man I've ever known. Like, he would step up and take on 12 guys. And he told them, "I'm going to bring the wrath of God on you." He said, "This is an establishment of families and children. Why don't we go outside and talk like men? Well, I know you guys aren't men. You're little girls." And he teased them and he ripped them off so that they had to come and face him outside to get them away from the women and children, which was like a big family 4-star hotel, which is the peak. He was a musician. But anyway, my point is, we've been taught that crying is weakness, like this is this thing. And I think the word cry, I want to break down this word. Cry is a crow, as Stijn will tell us. And a cry is Odin's. Huh? Let's just look at this.
Cry,
The strongest
braaf, yeah.
is coming from the cry. And so when you can cry, you can go into your deepest, darkest fear, your darkest pain, and you can conquer that pain and you can conquer that fear with tears and still remain solid through the experience and not allow your actions to defy your weakness. Allow your eyes to carry it with the water, the salt water, which is that magnetic quality of the moon. Yeah. And so it's very interesting from a magical perspective, the idea of crying is a very powerful magical act that invokes very powerful currents of energy, pranic flow that travels through the eyes and purifies the eyes so that the eyes become a receptacle lens for magical force. One can achieve a lot when one enters into the trance of tears. And the Sufis have actually written a lot about this. The Sufi trance is basically very often a trance of tears. And it's been well sort of discussed and documented by many Sufi poets of how entering into the trance of true emotional letting go, where one is able, there's nothing off limits. One will go into one's deepest pain, one's deepest, and one will just keep going through. Like the idea of Odin being strapped upside down to the tree is the idea of the cry. Because you're gonna cry your heart out when you're strapped to that tree, man. You're gonna go through every dark pain and fear, and you're just gonna eat it all up. You're gonna bring it on, eat it up, and sort of the more you cry, the more you want to cry. There's this sort of conduit of force that seems to work like this, and the more you enter into that emotional intensity, the more it, as I'm sure you're gonna tell us, Fife, when you go into it, it's like a snowball, isn't it? It gathers power.
It does, and that's where, the fact that I haven't been able to stop, it makes me wonder, what emotions am I trying to rid myself of? Because I'm not an angry person by any means. You have to really, really provoke me, even though I have red hair. You have to provoke me so hard for me to even get angry. And that's where it's like, what emotions am I trying to release through my crying? And that's what I've been thinking about today. What am I trying to release?
I think this is a very topical story with regards to what we're talking about here with the eclipsing, because crying is sort of like an eclipse of the eye.
Mm-hmm.
And it's an eclipse of the heart that brings about an eclipse of the eye. It brings about the rain of the soul. And I noticed when I was young, like I was an extremely angry person. Like I was, wow.
I was
I
too.
can,
When I was with my son's dad, I was too.
yeah, I could lose my temper in a split second
Yep.
and then rein it in within a split second, like literally.
And then everyone would just look at you like, what in the world is wrong with you? You good?
well, for me, it was very often because, like, okay, in my high school, there was a lot of bullying.
Yeah.
So at age 15, I put a lot of guys right, you know, the older guys. So I basically canceled the bullying in my school when I was 15 because I was the most dangerous instrument in my high school.
Mhm.
And because I was a fighter, I was training, I was at peak of my fighting condition. And obviously I'd been trained since I was really little by my father. So I was actually a street fighter. So I was dangerous. And it took me a lot of martial arts training to learn to gather my emotions. And what I discovered was tears. If I became angry, I could go inside and transmute my anger to pain. And pain was something I could deal with. Anger was something I want to act out. So if I'm angry, I learned as a child to transmute that anger to pain, because pain I can channel. I don't have to do anything about pain. I can just sit in the pain. In fact, I don't mind pain. I got a big pain threshold. But anger wants me to make something happen. Impulsiveness. And I think what it is it's a deep sense of alchemy, of learning to change one's emotional state from one thing to another. Crying is sort of that eclipsing, moving from one emotional bandwidth to the opposite emotional bandwidth, and sort of sitting on the precipice and balancing on that point where the pain, which is the window pane, where we are able to actually see things through. Because when we're angry, we can't see, right?
That makes me
And I mean,
wonder
I
if
had a
that's
lot of stuff
why I
happen to me.
cry after I'm so angry all the time. Because, like, when you get me angry, Fox knows the moment I start crying after getting angry, he better run.
Yeah, I have learned a thing or two. And yeah, when you are so mad that you cry, but that's pretty much with everyone. If they are so mad they cry, then you know they are far gone.
Is Timmy just announcing to the world that he's here?
Yeah, I'm home, so my kitty co-host has to make himself known. Of course, I've been away all day, so he's like, okay, now it's time for me.
So, I mean,
He's
that's
just
where, that makes sense now, Franklin. I'm glad I came on today because, like, me realizing that, it's an eclipse and that, it's something to cleanse. So, I appreciate that. Thank you.
The eclipse of the heart. We mentioned it in the heading, in the story of this. The eclipse of the heart, I think, is we've stumbled upon it. You've just thrown it into the ring of fire, as a part of the contemplation. And I think we've been taught to not allow ourselves to enter to the edge of ourselves, to experience the eclipse of the heart, because it's where we gain the momentum of soul and spirit to be able to Venus. Okay, I'm going to step out of the moon for a moment and what Venus represents, because Venus is the child of the moon, and Venus represents overcoming things. And it's the forces of beauty, it's the forces of love, but it's also the very powerful forces of passion and emotion that's being released. And
Yeah.
so Venus and the moon are conduits of each other. And
Mm-hmm.
by the moon standing in front of the sun, the moon is accentuating the qualities of Venus in a sense, which is why, I mean, my moon is in Taurus, right? Taurus is the sign of Venus, but Taurus also is the exaltation of the moon when you've got Taurus in your moon sign. Why is this? This relationship between Venus is the same relationship between Mercury and the sun, if that makes sense. So that powerful current of spiritual transformation, which is found between the poles of Mercury and Venus, are experienced in the poles of the sun and the moon. And the eclipsing is bringing out the shadow of the moon. The shadow of the moon is an element of Venus, which is overcoming obstacles. The shadow of the sun is a shadow of Mercury, which is understanding things. And so these two operate as conduits of the sun and the moon. You know, the dynamic polarity of the sun and the moon expresses in subtle forms these other two qualities, which are expressions of themselves in a sense. For all is essentially a duality, but the duality is complex. And I really feel privileged that you're sharing so much with us, Firefly, because it's such
It's a
big
journey to be
thing
able to share.
in society.
It's a big thing for me because, like, as a Sagittarius, you know, we're ruled by Jupiter. And as we all know, Jupiter's the biggest planet. And it's, you know, it's once we start expressing ourselves, we don't know how to stop. And Fawkes knows that when I get, there's two sides of me where you get the stone cold, I'm fine, I'm okay, I'm good, not feeling anything, to, oh my God, where did this come from? Why is she crying so much? At a matter of a second.
Yeah. Yeah, you're pretty much like the Dutch weather. You know, it's fine the one moment and it's raining the next.
And you don't know what you're going to get. And that's where, you know,
Nope.
it's so hard as a female too, because, like, you know, I don't like sharing stuff, hence why you guys have never seen me on a live stream, because I'm just a very, very private person.
But
Yeah,
frankly,
yeah,
what you just said about Mercury and Venus, like that even lines up with Germanic mythology. If you go by Mercury is Odin or Wotan, and Venus, planet of love, of beauty, is Freya. That's the story of Freya teaching Odin Cider, the female form of magic, the female magic, and you know, like transmuting female energy, like sending female energy to him, teaching him, and you know, that comes with heightened emotions, of course. And Odin, already known as the Wild One, as the furious god, the god of the wild hunt, heightened emotions is also very much fitting with him. So I just wanted to get that in between, that it even lines up with the Norse Germanic mythology and the stories of it. Thought that was really interesting.
that's a beautiful addition, brother. Yeah, these truths are quite fundamental, and it's also when you speak about that Freya. So Freya is also freedom, isn't it? It's what sets you free. Yeah, and the word odd in English comes from Odin. We speak of odic force in the occult, Western occult, as being the odic force is that substance that one manipulates with one's mental body when one moves the sphere of reality towards a new possibility, manifestation. And so the odic force, is an emanation of Odin. But it's a very free principle, isn't it? It sort of permeates, that life force principle permeates everything. So it sort of rather fundamentally gives us an idea to life and death in a sense. And so the moon becomes the polarity through which life and death is managed. And life and death is managed in this way because of Freya's involvement. The moon gains powers over life and death, which is Odin, right? And as the manifestation of the well, Hermes, yeah, the moon. And so it's very interesting how these personalities have been sort of hidden from us. Even in Western astrology, they've tried to sort of water it all down and not given us a real insight into how they express each other's possibilities and potentialities. And that's where the crow, the cry, I believe, comes into the picture, because it's what rules over death, right? As we know,
Yeah.
life and death, transcendence.
It is even said, and like I'm totally stealing this from the movie The Crow with Brendan Lee. That movie really being one of the reasons why I have a crow tattooed on my arm. I believe it is in native folklore. It is said that the crow is the carrier of souls to the underworld.
Not only that, but if you look at their feathers, there's rainbows, so there's light.
Yeah, because it is, I believe that is Norse Germanic mythology, that the crow was once white, but
Yep.
that through self-sacrifice, he burnt his wings, making them black, or because of the soot they became black, and
it was
inhalation
actually
of
not that. That was not that. There is a, sorry, honey, I don't mean to interrupt you. You're talking native stuff. There's an legend.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Well,
There's a legend.
you know it better than I do, so please.
It's Pacific Northwest, where some of my family's from, and the crow actually tricked the god's daughter and was able to come in, and he was sent by the people because there was no sun, and he was white, and he went to steal the fire back because the gods had taken the light. And when he came back, it was because he was carrying that fire. And you are right, from the soot, he became black, and he was reborn. And that's why he used to have the most beautiful of voices that anyone could hear. And because he inhaled smoke and he had soot on his feathers, that's why you hear the caw rather than the beautiful song that he used to have. And so he brought the light back to the people, and he's revered as a wonderful tool within the native cultures. That's one of the stories anyway. I used to read it to my son when he went to bed, so I was like, I have to jump in on this one.
That also really sounds, it sounds like two mythologies woven into one. The stealing of fire, the stealing back of fire is the myth of Prometheus in Greek mythology, who stole the fire from the gods and gave it to men. But
That's
then
what the crow did.
Yeah, but then the rebirth, of course, being the phoenix, born out of the ashes, reborn out of the ashes.
Well, and that's where, people don't realize, a white raven is actually a symbol from the gods that, through the dark and through the darkness, there comes beauty. And that's where even a white buffalo calf is revered as a huge sign from the gods that a new
Yeah.
beginning is going to come. And that's why if you ever are lucky enough to see a white raven, just admire the beauty, because that's just a sign from the gods saying that, you know, light is coming. You're going to come from the darkness and into the light.
It's sort of like the story of Gandalf the Grey becoming Gandalf the White. They've taken
Yep.
that motif and built upon it beautifully, haven't they?
And that's why a lot of people like don't even realize Lord of the Rings has so many nods to paganism, so many
Well,
nods to the occult, so many nods to all of that. And that's where even C.S. Lewis, who wrote The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, people say, oh, well, what was the lion's name again? What was his name?
oh,
I forgot his name, and it's on the tip of my tongue.
I'm looking it up.
Aslan.
I'm looking it up.
Aslan.
Aslan. Yeah.
Even though people are like, oh my God, that's like a symbol of Jesus Christ and his rebirth, there's a lot of nods that C.S. Lewis did to paganism, and most people don't see it as that. And that's
Well,
where it's like, there's a lot.
the lion is solar symbolism. The lion's
The soul.
manes is yeah. The lion's manes is the solar rays, and there definitely is. I remember with the just death and rebirth is a really popular topic, especially through self-sacrifice. And yes, of course, the most well-known story is the story of Christ sacrificing himself, so that we can be free of sin. But speaking of the Lord of the Rings, I've just seen someone talk about that. Another clan leader, Scottish clan leader from the Black Dragon Tavern, and it is basically the Eddas, the Norse Eddas, the Norse Germanic stories rewritten, because like just so much lines up with our stories. But I have to say nobody has done it better than J.R.R. Tolkien. If anyone
Tolkien was
were to,
amazing.
oh yeah, and that's I've had this discussion before with Lodewijk, actually, Skinny, that as a writer, especially Tolkien, like he really built the world of the Lord of the Rings. He built the lore, the Silmarillion, the Hobbits, everything. He built a whole world, a timeline, ages. So this was quite a while ago, actually. The discussion I had with him is, could you consider him a god because he created a world, he created a time, he created a dimension, a living story within his books. I mean, it's a whole other topic, but one that still fascinates me. Now being a published writer myself.
It's still weird saying that I'm married to an author.
I love it.
Shout out to Moonfeather,
Hi,
She's on a
Moonfeather, we
great
miss you.
ambassador for the family, making everything better. God bless you. Travel safe, and may the positivity move with you. May
We
the
miss
power
you,
of Venus
Moonfeather.
move those mountains for you. I will add to that story. The Vedas, as a continuation of the same story, I believe, I see all the cultures as having a part of the story. Now, the Vedic story is very interesting, and it actually makes so much more sense when you put it into context with the other story, because all the animals were with Shiva, and they were all getting the boons of Shiva. And Shiva, who's the fundamental spirit, wanted to give Kakbushundi, which is the Vedic name for the crow from the old Shiv Puranas, a boon, a gift, and called him and said, Shiva, the power of the spirit, what can I give you? Would you like us to give you a new voice? Would you like us to give you wonderful white feathers? What can we do for you? And Kakbushundi also represents humility, which is interesting. This principle of Venus expressed the moon's power. And since the moon is what actually controls these dynamics of eclipses, whether the moon is in dominance or in subject to the sun, is essentially what we consider to be a solar or lunar eclipse at its maximum sphere of submission or control. And so Kakbushindi's answer was interesting. He said, I need nothing. I'm content with what I have. And that's sort of a very interesting perspective when we look at this principle of the crow, because acceptance then becomes the power that is brought to us when we cry, right? When you cry about something, it's much easier to accept it emotionally. This is what I've noticed in my life after doing logging a lot of crying hours. And if there's something within, like, for example, I used to spend a lot of time crying because of what was happening in the world. Things you just can't change. Yeah, like you open your psychic, and I'm sure you must experience this, Fife. You open your energies and you travel out of yourself and you notice there's that happening there and there's that happening there, and you start to become aware of all the suffering. Mm-hmm. And it becomes really overwhelming, and you start noticing how the children there are suffering and everybody's suffering. And the moment you cry, you can accept all of that suffering, whether it's yours or somebody else's suffering. And so acceptance, I think, is to getting back to your original question, why the crying? Acceptance is the power of the will. We think of the will as being dominant, but the will is about acceptance. It's about being patient. Patience and acceptance seems to be very closely aligned. Okay, Soraya and Nadia. We have Soraya with us, a poetess, queen, a mother. She's a full-time, old-school lady with a big brain and a bigger heart. Beautiful poetry, always inspiring everybody across the Telegram platform, and I'm sure on other platforms too. Welcome, Soraya.
Hi.
And a fellow Dutchie, of course.
Yeah. Hello.
Well, thank you for joining us, my dear. God bless you. How are you finding the eclipse, the energies?
Oh, I'm doing well, actually.
The eclipse isn't visible here in Europe, actually. I'm sure the energies are still radiating.
Yeah, true. The energies are sensible, but it's not like you really see it.
Well, you're right about seeing it. And Moonfeather, we miss you too, my dear. Come home safe. And getting back to the story of the polarities of acceptance, Sep. Okay, so Sep is the number 7, septals. Yeah, and it also relates to a scepter. Sep star, scepter. So and skep is to serve, right? To serve somebody food comes from the old language roots of service, because you're serving someone when you dish up food for them. I'm serving you, skep for your course, right? You say that in Dutch, don't you?
Yeah, opscheppen. Yeah.
And it's the fundamental form of service that there is. And so that sep comes back to the scepter of Venus. And Venus had a lapis lazuli scepter from the Inanna, from the oldest myths in the Mesopotamia. They speak about her having lapis beads and a lapis scepter. Now we look at Karkbushundi, the crow, and we notice that indigo hue is on the edge of the rainbow, isn't it? When you look at a crow's feathers. It's not black, it's indigo. It's just a very dark indigo color that creates a rainbow hue of color. And so that indigo relates, from my perspective, to Venus in its most old and ancient forms. And it's a far more acceptable color for me to consider when I consider Venus. In the same way that when I consider Jupiter, I consider Jupiter as blue, not violet. Blue is the expanse of the sky. Jupiter covers the sky. Sagittarius' color is blue, and Sagittarius is the extension of Jupiter. I consider the moon to be purple or violet, which is really interesting because it carries the complementary tone of the sun, which is yellow. And yellow and violet are complementary colors. And if we consider what violet represents, it represents a merging between the passions and the sky of blue, Jupiter. So when Jupiter and the passions are merged, you gain that powerful, radiant, magnetic force that is the conduit through which the ions, the pass ions, red is the passing of ions, and blue is the pure mental sphere from which the ions arise. And so when you put the blue mental sphere with the passage of ions, you end up with purple, violet, which is really interesting when you consider different colors as they relate to these principles. We've been taught that Venus is green, but green for me doesn't seem to hold up, you know. When I think about it, I think green is when Venus has been touched by Saturn. And I think of the green man as being the influence of Saturn, expressing time in nature, the resonant frequencies of rhythm, the shamanic essence, which is tuning us to the same frequencies. So it's really interesting. I think we lost someone. Did we? Yes, we lost Firefly. Very interesting when we look at the violet and the indigo. And in die, go. Yeah. An inner death released, which is freedom. And tears are the releasing of the inner death, producing the freedom of Freya, which is free. And Frey is also to kiss. So it's quite interesting when we look at how these words multiply. Anybody got anything they want to share? Any points? Okay.
Well, one thing, you know, like talking a lot about the planets. I heard this the other day from someone, from Micah Dank. Actually, he made a short video about it, and it makes sense. You know, going a bit back to the thing Ronan and I were talking about, that this realm is not what it seems. You know, as are the planets. You know, was because Jupiter is said to be a gas giant, right? Like a gaseous planet. So I'm wondering, and this is coming from Mike Adank. He brought up a valid point. How can a a gas giant like be fully perfectly spherical. Same with the sun. It's said to be plasma. It's not fire, it's plasma. So how is it perfectly spherical? And that's also going into the theory that it was Ronin who said that the planets are luminaries, that they are lights in the sky, that they are these beings, that Jupiter is Dies Pater, that Mercury is Odin or Thoth or Hermes or whoever. I think it's really fascinating because like the spherical form, you'll see it a lot in nature, but when it comes to like especially gas planets or or like the sun, it just doesn't make sense to be perfectly spherical. So I think Ronan is definitely onto something when he says that they are luminaries.
Yeah, I think a lot of the celestial bodies are said to be elliptoid, if I'm not mistaken. Kind of bulging at the equators a little bit and flattened on the poles.
So
The word luminaries.
like
The loom.
the Vesca Pisces, which you find of course in the flower of life, the circles connected in the middle make the Vesca Pisces reminiscent of the female reproductive organ, of course. Or the apple, the core of the apple, if you slice an apple in half, it's the Vesica Pisces, which is a much more natural form.
I was going to say the loom. From an ancient Greek perspective, they said that the universe was being spun by a bunch of old ladies on looms, which is an interesting concept. And so the loom is like the web that is spinning, like the spider's web of the nature of dream time. So if we're considering dream time from a shamanic perspective for a moment, if we step into that mode of operandi, and we think of dream time as being fundamentally spun on a loom, spun from the substances of fantasies, essentially, to produce this real effect of dream time, then we can consider that the looms will be spun out of light. I have also often considered that the sun and moon, what we see is the light of the sun and the light of the moon, I think is an effect of something else, and that there is a high concentration of energy. And that energy could be, perhaps the moon doesn't exist in this dimension. Perhaps the sun doesn't exist in this dimension. Perhaps these luminaries exist in alternative dimensions, but all we see shining through is the light. I don't know if that makes sense as a concept. I hope I've explained it well. So we see the light, but those dimensions are the structuring loom, the different web, the different strands of web which are structuring different parts of this reality.
Oh, I like that.
Spiders
I like
are
that
important
thought.
in your mythologies, is it not? The spider.
Yeah, or just web weaving in general. Like we have the Norns, the weavers of the web of weird, the web of fate, the fate of humanity, and there is a strand for every one of us. and you have it in like that. That comes back in so many mythologies. You, especially the 3-part goddess, who decides over destiny or who decide over fate. You have it in Greek mythology as well. You have it in Celtic mythology, although I don't know the name real quick of those. But yeah, it's always the triple goddess who decides over fate, who weaves the loom, who weaves the web. And spiders in general are a very important species. You know, they catch all the bad bugs, so to speak. You know, they keep the bug population in control, and you know, of course, also 8-legged, just like the steed of Odin.
It's time for me to start talking about Antonio. So who is Antonio? I've been very good with snakes. This might sound weird. I've been more comfortable with a charging bull than I have with spiders. Been very comfortable with charging bulls, actually. And snakes, love snakes. Always felt very comfortable with snakes, even the big ones. Big ones. And I don't mean in nature. I mean in the wild. And so I've got Antonio in my room now, and Antonio is like, he's a nice big spider. He's like, he's like that with his spread out. You know, he's covered like half, like a lot of my palm, and he's on my ceiling. And he moved in a few days ago. And at first I was like wary. I was looking at him and I studied the anatomy, and I realized he's not venomous because there's a ratio between the abdomen and the thorax. All three parts of all three parts of the thorax compounded into a single thorax. There's a ratio between the abdomen and that, which I used as a rule of thumb to calculate the venom of a spider. And obviously I would never hurt a spider because I see them as sacred. In fact, I see all mosquitoes. I can't even hurt a mosquito because they're also sacred. They are the rejuvenators of our blood. But I've got the spider living in my space now, and he really causes me to like have to face my fear because I've decided I'm not going to chase him out. I'm not going to catch him. I'm not going to put him outside. I'm going to leave the spider. So he might crawl over me in my sleep at night. And there's something quite wonderful about allowing spiders into our space. It's something that a lot of people don't do for some reason. In Sri Lanka, I had a lot of spiders that lived with me. I had big ones, like really big ones, like one like this, like a tennis ball folded up under my sink, and it teaches you humility. You become very careful when you reach your hand under the sink, right? Take a double check what it is you're holding. I once accidentally was holding this tennis ball shaped spider in my hand, and it started unfolding its legs, and I realized what it was, and I noticed that I could jump my feet higher than my head. Have you ever done that? Have you ever realized that you can do that? It's a very interesting realization. Spiders can unlock all sorts of powers.
I mean, you literally have jumping spiders, right? But yeah, like it's so funny. The fear of spiders, arachnophobia, seems one of the most common ones there is. But there's such small creatures. Although I guess, yeah, I don't know what it is. I have one like hanging in the home as in my home as well at the moment. I'm leaving him there. He doesn't bother me, or she doesn't bother me. I don't know what gender it is.
I had a tiger spider living with me in Kathmandu, big as my hand, big.
Mm.
Tiger, black and yellow, such a beautiful, and it was spun a big web over my window, and I had to literally put my hand through a part of the web where there was like a gap in order to open and close the window. And she would be like just above my hand, like she could just climb off and climb onto my hand. Every time I did it, at first I was scared. They're very intelligent creatures, and I think they represent the web of life on an energetic level because they've got 8 eyes. So they can see in every direction simultaneously, which is like it's a concept. We've only got this front vision. Imagine you could see in every direction at the same time. What kind of a brain does it take to calculate that kind of trajectory? 3D space vision. It's quite a head trip, isn't it? They can see you from every direction. And
Wow.
I do sense that once again, this has got a lot to do with the weave. And the weave is what's being reprogrammed by the eclipse. And so the eclipses has got a lot to do with uncovering our fears. And like you say, arachnophobia is probably one of the most common fears. And to me, it's the most irrational fear in the world. Because most spiders can't even really bite much. We're scared of little creatures that are actually harmless. Most of the time, there are some that can bite. We've got the brown button spiders here, the black button spiders. The baboon spiders can give you a little bit of a nasty bite.
The black widow
spiders,
over here in Europe.
Have you got the black widow there? Funky.
Yeah, we have black widows here.
Nice. They can give a nasty bite. We've got scorpions.
Oh yeah.
Here. And this fear story, I think, is a big part of the lunar eclipse. So what is the solar eclipse? I think it involves processing anger, if that makes sense. The solar eclipse, where the lunar eclipse seems to be processing of fear. And fear and anger are like 2 sides of one coin, I think, for me, it seems. Like, for example, you can transmute fear into anger very easily, right? If you get afraid, you can turn that into anger. I used to do that when I was young. And that anger negates the fear. It's not necessarily the wisest path, because you're not as attentive to real time. Fear makes you much more attentive, I think. Makes you more in tune with what's happening. Anger makes you more impulsive.
I think it's a natural predator-prey response, because if you're I believe there was when I came into the conversation that that Indy was talking about it, that fear makes you a easy prey, because you're stiffened up, you're afraid, you're cowering back, you're not defending yourself, if you will. Well, if you burst out into anger, or transmute it into anger, transmute it into rage, all of a sudden you are becoming a threat to said predator, or at least you're making it seem like you are defending yourself, hopefully giving said predator second thoughts. So I do understand it from a more natural perspective why the transmutation from fear into anger would be useful. Although, controlled anger, not just furious anger.
I equate it to fighting, interestingly enough, because when I was first fighting, competing, I was an attacker. And then I realized, hold on, you want to reel other people in. You want to reel them in. You want them to come to you, actually. And you really got to make yourself a little bit vulnerable. You got to make it look juicy. Like, come on, look at me. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. But actually, that's so. It's interesting how these two polarities work, in terms of transmuting those emotional contents in order to find strength. There seems to be more strength in fear if you're willing to face it. If you're willing to make yourself vulnerable and face the fear of, I'm just going to sit here and let you attack me. If that makes sense, it becomes highly, even more empowering, I think, than anger. In the same way that tears become extremely empowering, because once you've cried out your heart, nothing can touch you. Nothing. Like literally nobody, nothing. Because you are like invulnerable, immune, emotionally, mentally, to any kind of a psychic attack, if that makes sense.
It makes me think of the story that everybody probably has heard by now of a mother lifting a car of her child in order to save it. But like, would that be I mean, that is basically a fear response as well, right? Because she fears for her child's life, gaining just, well, quite literally immense strength on human or superhuman strength, lifting a multi-thousand-pound, multi-thousand-kilo car of her child, a feat of strength that no average man or even strong man are able to do. Would you say that that is a fear response, or is that more love or fear coming from that love?
I think fear, because when I think of the word fear, I think of fire, air, fire, fire, fire. So it seems like phi, which is the golden spiral of math, which connects all living things and all things as an emanation. And air. Air to me represents the potential to change that which the phi is producing, if that makes sense. The fear. So the fear is like it's a transmutational tool. And so totally, I think that like you can go deep, so deep into fear that it will completely shift your consciousness extremely. And that resonant frequency, I think, coming out of the hands can change magnetism, because it's a very occult thing for me. Anger seems less occult, seems more outward, but fear seems to be going into the powers of life and death, if that makes sense. And that's like the greatest power that there is. And once you tap into that, you can literally, through your hands resonant field, the subatomic resonance of the car will change its frequency. And your frequency will change according to its frequency, changing according to your resonant frequency, changing its frequency, and it will be as light as a feather to you. Other people see you lifting a car, but you're just changing your frequency, and the car's frequency is changing according to your frequency so that it's in a different phase. So it's not relevant. It's no longer is relevant. I think fear can uncover those powers.
And fear is also much harder to reach if we're projecting it outwards, or man to man. It's a lot easier to have someone be mad at you than have someone fear you, because fear seems to be a much more yeah, a much more powerful emotion. There's a lot more power in fear, indeed, because you can make people do things. You can make people stop doing things just by the power of fear. I mean, just take a look outside, take a look at the news. It's fear that's controlling. It's controlling our thoughts, our opinions, our mind. So yeah, I would agree that fear is a much stronger emotion and indeed very, very much more occulted.
Welcome to Konami Codes. So much love to you, brother. Hope all's good. Shout out to Konami Codes. He's been posting some cool stuff on his YouTube. You can find it in my YouTube list. And it's the round table panel for oh, can't think of the name of the link at the moment. Linktree /, and it's the round table panel, one word. Will take you there, and you'll be able to see everybody on the round table. Stijn, Konami Codes, everybody's stuff. But if you just go into my channel and you click on recommended channels, you'll see everybody's channels are recommended, so you'll be able to just click on them. Their faces will be there. And so much love to you, brother. Om Shanti. Thanks for popping in. And yeah, what you're saying about the fear is totally, it's a deep well. And it's interesting how we've been taught. Our world has become such a world that we've been hidden from fear. It's funny. I say that now, that looks like a button spider on the wall. I'll have to go check it out later because I got a child in the house. I got to watch out for button spiders that can actually nasty bite for a child. For adults, you survive it, it'd just be a lot of pain, like a scorpion sting. But yeah, I think the whole fear thing, we've been taught to live without fear, if that makes sense. In other words, our world is so contained that there's no room for fear. Everything's sort of calculated and pre-organized for us. And the only thing that fear sort of is programmed into us all with seems to be money. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys. We're taught in school to be afraid of not being successful financially. We were taught being afraid of this, or and that's quite interesting because the money is the moon. Once again, the moon is what controls the eclipses. So it sort of brings us back full circle. The eclipse, the moon, the moon. And the idea of fear of money is the fear of magnetism. And we speak about abundance and generating abundance. It's the power of the moon that creates the magnetic resonant field that can attract things and make them weightless, right? And if something's weightless, you don't have to wait for it, right? And it doesn't weigh anything, right? You don't have to go anywhere to get it. It doesn't weigh anything. It's right here, right now. Don't have to wait for it. It's weightless, and it's not heavy. You don't have to heave to get it. It's available. So it's quite an interesting concept to the way in which we've been trained to think about money. And I think money has become an eclipse for the heart. I don't know. I'd love to put that out there for us to consider that. Finances as an eclipse for the heart, because we've been taught to. Yeah, no, Mexico, what you say is completely right. When we become parents, we get our crap together, right? Although
Most of us.
the fear of not having money to look after our kids is another fear. Do you know what I mean? So but you're right. Like the real fundamental fears are like, if anything happened to your child, that's one thing that would move me to anger. I don't lose my temper. I don't get angry. But the one time somebody shot the paintball gun on the beach and they were shooting at the baboons, which annoys me, makes me angry. But my child was in the line of fire, and we shouted for him to stop, and he didn't stop. I was ready to give the guy a hiding. And for me, like, that's unheard of. I would never hurt somebody. But shoot a paintball gun at my child with fully auto, and I'm saying stop, like, I'm ready to get physical, you know? And I told the guy so, you know, which for me is very like an unheard of thing. I don't aggressively do that. I'm a defensive fighter. I don't attack, I defend. But so yeah, I completely get where you're coming from with the child story. It made me face my anger from childhood all over again. Thought I'd mastered anger. Well, someone messes with my kid. Whoa!
But
that's an
Franklin,
instinct, though.
that
Yes.
that was in defense. You were defending your child. You weren't attacking that person. You were defending your kid. So it was still in defense.
Yes, you're right. But I was ready to clobber the crap out of that guy, and he got scared. And then I
Oh, dude,
realized that I was.
I get you. Don't touch my kids in any way, or like don't hurt my kids. Any parent will tell you, don't hurt their kids. It's the last thing you'll do.
But I think the state has tried to program us to believe that you don't have to worry about your kids because we've got you. We've got police. They've tried to lie to us and tell us that they've got us protected. Everything's sorted out. The only thing you got to worry about is money, which is a bit of a lie because there are a lot of things to worry about. Like the most dangerous thing in the world is traffic, right? That's like the real thing that's going to actually hurt our children if we're honest, if we think about it. The most dangerous thing there is traffic. It's the worst thing that can actually do the most damage. No one's going to actually hurt your child these days because they'll go to jail. They'll be a child offender. They'll never get a job. They'll be finished, right? And in the real world. But somebody driving a car because they're not looking where they're going, well, that, you know, then you'll go to jail, right? Because you'll grab them, pull them out of that car and do things you shouldn't do because they hurt your child, you know? And that's like where that anger can come out like instantly without even provocation, seemingly, just at the thought of somebody. I remember once when a bus driver in Sri Lanka was honking his horn and he was in a hurry and he was driving his run with the truck, this bus forward and back, and we were in traffic and I couldn't move. And he was honking his horn and pretending he was going to go, and he actually bumped my ex-wife. She was in the back of my bike. And I saw red. I jumped off my bike. I wanted to get him out of that bus and clobber the crap out of him because she had hurt her with his bus. I was like, because we were stationary, standing there, and I was showing him like I couldn't make it through the gap. I had an Honda XL. It's a big trail bike with big handlebars, and you can't go through small gaps with those big handlebars, right? Because you'll get stuck between the cars. And but anyway, they've done that. They've engineered our world, haven't they? They've given us this false sense of security that can really collapse at the drop of a hat. You know, like look at what's been going on in France for like the last 3 years. I don't know if it's settled down now. Isn't burning police cars like a new French thing? That's what they do? Or am I wrong?
Oh, it's been a European thing for as long as I can remember. I remember with a lot of the COVID protests, especially the one that really got out of hand in Rotterdam. You know, police cars were tipped over and set ablaze. And I don't know. It's I work in security, so I sometimes have to deal with police, or you know, at least be in close contact with police. But from a very early age, I learned not to trust them. They're supposed to be the guardians. They're supposed to be the ones who make sure the bad guys go to prison. But and like during the COVID protests, I've been to at least one in Amsterdam on the Museum Square. Well, it was quite obvious who the bad guys were and who they were protecting. And it should have been the other way around completely. And I've heard stories that in the protests in The Hague, that well, what they call officers of the law actually took a white line of something that gets you going, and then went onto the field to slap around some wokies. So I was an activist, but then I saw and learned that going out there on the squares and whatever, it's not helping much. All you're doing is giving the establishment even more reason to enact more laws in your detriment. So my my activism nowadays is gather knowledge, spread love, be a good father, be a good husband. Just, I don't know, try and be, well, what you now could consider traditional, what was like normal even 20 years ago when I was growing up in the 90s. Just, love your wife, love your kids, be a good dad, be a good husband, take care of your family, all the things that should be normal. Like that's the status quo I am trying to maintain or bring back even, and that's like my form of activism now, which is kind of sad because that's not activism, that's just wanting to be a normal human being living a regular life. Coming on roundtables like these is my kind of activism. Spreading knowledge, gaining more insight.
We're living in a completely woke world, which has been broken by the woken, or the lack of awoken, woke, awaken, fake awaken, wokeness. That just being old school is an act of activism.
Yeah, I know. Like I'm not part of the LGBTQ elemental P plus 1 2 divided by, I don't know. I don't even know. They keep adding stuff, and I am. And I know I shouldn't be saying this, especially on YouTube. Like, how dare I? I am a straight white European man. So therefore, in the year 2023, apparently, I'm the devil.
Well, it's interesting, like the scale of broadness of wokeness. If we consider how broad it's become, like in universities, language, how language is used. For example, like we've become so obsessed that Shakespearean plays have been cancelled. Yeah. So a lot of Shakespearean plays are not allowed to be played anymore. And this is going to become more and more of a thing as we move forward. And a lot of our satire, a lot of our art is going to be removed. We're all going to become very bland and flat and bored and straight without the curvature of humor, as I like to consider humor.
we're gonna be far from straight if you look at what's being pushed. It's everything but straight. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Like we're trying to change the past so that we may live in a better future, not realizing that by destroying the past, we're destroying the future.
Yeah, that's a big deal. I've noticed that like history books are being rewritten because of ideas. Well, that doesn't sound like a nice idea. Let's rewrite history. Which is, it's been happening for a long time. The wokeness isn't new. The wokeness was there when we were in school, and it was there when our parents were in school. I discovered the wokeness when I first discovered Tartaria, and that was when I was 12. Just happened to have an ancient encyclopedia in the home, ancient, old encyclopedia, and that encyclopedia outlined Tartaria as a massive state and big
It
maps
was.
and big economy. And when I went to school, they told me it didn't exist, and I was like, I've got an encyclopedia at home. They said, no, it's conspiracy theory. And I was like, I went home, I looked at the encyclopedia. It was a legit encyclopedia. It was just like from the 1800s or maybe early 1900s. It was just a very old encyclopedia. But the knowledge in that encyclopedia wasn't the same as the knowledge in the modern encyclopedias. And they were talking about history. And they weren't talking about something fringe. They were talking about a country, So that was when I decided that I couldn't do history in school. So I said to them, I can't study this. Sorry. Like I will not open that textbook. And
Tartaria has literally been mapped for the very first time by the former 7-time mayor of Amsterdam. He was the very first who literally wrote the map on Tartaria. Even the Russians to this day are thankful that he did, because they never bothered to map it. He did.
Yeah, and so the eclipse of knowledge. This is quite an interesting concept. They're killing knowledge, and so the eclipse of knowledge is a false knowledge. If what we're going through at the moment, they're trying to eclipse knowledge with the false light of false knowledge, and so
while at the same time fighting that false knowledge, fighting that fake news.
Yeah, there's definitely an interesting perspective being moved here. And, I remember when we were young, how they tried to condition us into thinking that it was not cool to get married. You remember? It was not cool to be married. It was cool to be single, and it was cool to date and have lots of girlfriends. It wasn't cool to be boring, married at home with kids. Hollywood was broadcasting this at us through the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, Live fast, die young, have a good looking corpse was the motto, wasn't it? And
I was actually talking about this just yesterday with Firefay, because she unfortunately had to cut contact with what was a very dear friend of hers, because he couldn't respect our relationship. Because Firefay and we are at a distance. We are at a long distance relationship. Her being of course, in the US, me being in the Netherlands. But he just assumed, or basically expected of us, that because of that we are, or should be, in a open relationship, and that she should be able to, and I should be able to do whatever I want with whomever I want. But Firevane are in a very monogamous relationship. He couldn't accept that. He couldn't accept that reality. It's like, but you're at a long distance relationship. Like, come on, you're supposed to have an open relationship because otherwise it just doesn't work. And it's like, yeah, it does work. It's called dedication. It's called love. It's called respect. So
There's the woke
and
I was talking about.
and
That's a woke attitude. Exactly
yeah,
where we're going. Yeah, total wokeness. That polygamy, or there's another word for polyamory. Yeah, polygamy is when you get married, and polyamory is when you have those kind of like yo, I'm from the Osho ashram. I've had my AIDS test. I'm good to go, ladies. Kind of thing, you know. And sorry, I had to take a dig at Osho because you need to get AIDS tests to go to Osho ashrams. But that's definitely, one of the big problems in our modern society, I think, and it's definitely going to affect breeding quality. I don't know if you think in those terms, like, you know, the
well,
right DNA to mix should be based on powerful emotional currents, because those emotional currents are recognition of DNA resonance.
but
If that makes
that's the
sense.
good thing about the whole woke movement. They don't believe in parenthood. They get themselves sterilized at a like a fairly young age, like a very fertile age, or they just transition themselves from one gender to another, like practically sterilizing themselves as well. So it it's funny, like if you think about it that way, the woke ideology, it's going to last one, maybe two generations, but by then it will literally have died off because they don't believe in reproduction. They don't believe in parenting.
Do you think that the woke, and by woke I mean the broader scale of woke, as we're starting to branch in, people think if you're talking about woke, you're talking about sex changes, which is like a very small part of the way in which the government has mobilized people's minds against them, I believe. But from like what we're talking about here, the broader scheme of things, another woke idea is that there's too many human beings on Earth and that people mustn't mate, right? And
Yeah,
then they stop and go, is that really the truth? Or is there just like a really bad use of resources? Are we managing resources really badly? And are we not taking responsibility with how many animals we farm? You see, like, are there more cows than humans? And do they produce more waste than the humans in terms of methane in the environment, in the atmosphere? And does methane produce 4 times the amount of, of structural change in the environment? So, and is the other woke agenda is how much of the global warming is our fault and how much of it is just the sun. So there's so
well,
many different angles to it. But like you say, could it be them mobilizing woke people to make them not want to mate so that they can reduce the world population, like you say, within 2 or 3 generations?
I
Brainwashing.
mean, probably. And like the whole global warming thing, um like who was it, like so many years ago they paved paradise to put up a parking lot. They're still doing that. They're cutting down trees. They are removing entire strips of nature, entire forests, to build roads, and then complain that, oh, it is getting too hot. And then they do all kinds of studies, or what is, or supposedly studies, to then come to the conclusion
that, hey, nature actually regulates temperature. Maybe, perhaps, we should stop cutting down the trees.
And it's interesting, like all of these, speaking of global warming, speaking of temperatures, when we have the moon and the sun coming into solar eclipses, that has a huge effect on temperature. Because you could have 2 hours of the day of sun cancelled out, effectively. A lot more effectively than the sun cancelled out from clouds, if you think about it. And that has a rollover effect. It affects the entire season. I do believe that solar eclipse has a huge effect on the weather for the entire season, which is interesting because building up to the solar eclipse, it gets very warm, gets almost unbearably hot because the magnetic field of the sun is being unregulated. The electric shots are
And
just shooting wild. But the moon is going to regulate that process. And the darkness of the moon means that it's moving towards less regulation until it's not regulated for the actual event. And it's interesting when we look at these luminaries, these bodies, because all the luminaries apparently are showing the same temperature changes. So even NASA denied that. They have now. But I remember 15 years ago, you were able to go onto NASA websites and check the temperatures of planets and check a 100-year graph. NASA's hidden it, but there are other sites now you can find it on, and it's very telling when you do that. Mars, Jupiter, you know, all these planets are having very similar changes in temperature to Earth over the same period of time. So it seems like nature is being used to program us. And the killing of the trees, well, that's serious because oxygen, even though the seas are more fundamental, but they're on the sea. They're overfishing the sea. They want to get rid of all the whales because the whales regulate the plankton. And so that's like a very powerful terraforming technique that's being used here. And so this whole eclipse of nature, if we want to consider it in such a term, because that's essentially what we're talking about. They want nature to be eclipsed, to be changed into something else. So eclipse is a very powerful word. And it does represent transformation and transmutation, I think. So the idea of eclipsing is the idea of transmuting. So the moon eclipses the sun's quality by getting in the way for a time, and vice versa. And I think that's something that we probably haven't really broached too much, the metaphysical aspect of what eclipse means on a meaning level in terms of the idea, you know, eclipse, eclipse. So my lips, interesting concept, you know, if you think of it in terms of Dutch, ik lips. And it's quite fascinating to consider what the lips represent, because the lips represent Venus, right? Sensuous, kissing, Frey, yeah, Freya. So when you Frey, you're rubbing your lips against a woman's lips, right? And that's
yeah,
what generates the energy. Freya's way of communicating is via the lips. And so this ik lips is me lips, closing your lips to the sensuous life force. The dogs are on the case.
yeah, no, that's a good one. And if you like think about the shape, I mean, I going back to symbols, shapes, symbolism. That's always been one of my favorite things. The Vesica Pisces. I mean, a a woman's reproductive parts. Her lips, her vaginal lips,
You know, it has the shape of the Vesica Pisces. The lips of the mouth are then also the Vesica Pisces, just horizontally. You know, and indeed another bringer of life, because with your lips you are able to speak things into existence. And I guess that's why the way you look has also been made so important, and why over the years I've been noticing that like lip fillers have really become a big thing, or just something with lips. It may have started with the like the Kylie Jenner lip challenge, where you just basically suck your lips into a shot glass, then pull off the glass, and then all of a sudden you have these thick, thick lips. It's you know, especially with women, it's always seen uh, as one of the more sensual parts. And you know, the thicker the lips, I guess it, you know, reminds the lizard brain in man, our small brain, of, you know, the vaginal lips, because if a woman gets excited, blood rushes there too, making those sticks, or making those lips thicker. You know, and there there you have the as above so below again as well.
Eclipse, entering back into the womb, death. So death is sort of metaphorically of me entering back into the lips. I like that. Diving back into the womb, death. Death is like journeying back into the womb, isn't it? The Ouroboros flavor, if you will, which is essentially what the eclipse represents, life and death. Life and death we've been taught to fear. Isn't it funny how we've been taught to fear life and death? This is actually a song that I was writing just last night. And it's something that plagued me my whole young child life. I couldn't understand why everybody was so scared of death. Like, scared of living. They were so scared of the concept of dying that they were too afraid to actually allow themselves to live. And I think it's the curse of becoming an adult, to be adulterated. Yeah? To adulterate something is sort of like to dilute it, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we become adulterated. Add, alt. So to add and to alter. Add something
Yeah.
that changes the original. It's a real concept as to what the eclipse. I think what we can consider as wokeness is all of these words, the way they've been used to program us through the neurolinguistic programming regimes that we've been taught. We're taught that we have to become adult, and it's like it's a bad thing if you're not an adult. Yeah, people will reprimand you and say, "Oh, you're not an adult, so you're too much yourself." That's what they're saying. I'd love you guys to jump on
Yeah.
that ball.
You're not allowed to be a child. You're not allowed to like still have that inner child. You know, like playing video games. Oh, that's childish. A grown man, or you know, a adult shouldn't be playing video games. Or just, you know, if you want to be an artist, if you want to be like a visual artist, you know, drawing, painting, it's like, oh, nah, that's for kids. That's not a real job. That's not a real way that a real adult makes his money with. No, that's an, you know, an office job, sitting 9 to 5 or 8 to 6 behind a desk being unhappy. having to get up in the morning, mourning that you have to go to work because you have to make that currency. Then it's the weekend. It's the weekend. And now you have 2 days off. And in those 2 days, you can be yourself. You're allowed to be yourself. But then after, Sunday, after the day of the sun, after the peak, if you will, after the highest point, it's it's Monday morning. You have to go back to work. You have to be an adult again, 5 days a week.
Mourning the death of the weekend.
Exactly.
As your heart dies and you go to become a slave through the week, you become weak.
Trading in the warm light of the sun for the cold light of the moon. The warm light of the sun day for the cold light of the moon day.
Indeed. Yeah, I wanted to mention something else. As we become adults, we're kind of shamed to show our emotions a lot of times, like sadness for men. And for a long time, I, suppressed that sadness, and I carried a lot of anger. I was encouraged to have anger, but I was discouraged to have sadness. But when I had a near-death experience and I was able to surrender that, I cried, and I was able to release all this pent-up energy that I had, and I let it all go. And that was like a different kind of crying, I think, than Fire Faye was mentioning earlier. I feel like you can see crying in two different ways. Like, it can be the way of you releasing all the pain, or it can be a way in which you're releasing your attempt to deal with all the pain. You have to let go of it for a minute, and it's too much. So it's almost like a social crying out. Like, you're crying out, like, I can't do this alone. Like, somebody help me with this. Somebody give me a release and a hug or something, or support. That can be a different type of crying, I think. But there's this other type of crying from surrender that's like a personal crying of release. And you just let that stuff go. And for me, I did that to the moon. And I embraced the moon as the goddess. At the time, I was referring to the moon as Guan Yin, the female reincarnation of Buddha. And I saw the sun as Buddha. And the two as the sacred union. And so I was releasing all of my pain and my anger from my life, that I had really just had so much anger and blamed men for all the problems and women for falling for their bullshit, and pardon my French. And so I never allowed myself to gain self-mastery because I was trying to fix someone else or change someone else throughout my life, until that point where I was able to surrender. At that point, I was able to take my power back into my own hands. But it's an interesting thing. To gain power over yourself, you have to give up and let go. And you have to let go of a lot of your values and principles sometimes. And that's difficult. It's, the ego has to die for the spirit to be reborn. It's a challenging process. But the moon is integral in that process for me. Again, a lot of power from the sun as far as gaining wisdom and insights and becoming knowledgeable. But from the moon, it gives me great power in that I can embrace the cycles of the moon. Can also illuminate the cycles within me, and I can embrace the power of those cycles. Like I mentioned earlier, doing a purging ritual at the new moon is very powerful. I like to do that. during the full moon, it's good to have a gratitude ritual to embrace the things that you're grateful for. And in the eclipses of those things is even more magical times. Another thing to do ceremonial worship for, or some kind of ritual, can be very powerful during those times, because it's the embracing of the unfolding of the opposites in their union during the eclipse in a short period of time. It can be a death and rebirth, and it can be a death and rebirth for you inside, within. So I have to, as we were mentioning earlier, the struggle with going to the daily grind. It's time for me to go and do my thing and head off to work. But it's been great being here with the panel, and I
It's been
love
awesome, brother.
everything. And Fireface said she's coming back after she makes lunch for the kid. But
Yeah,
yeah,
she'll be back, but I'll forward the message to her that
I'd appreciate
that she brought you to some great revelations, and
Yes,
great ideas, and great
Yes.
understanding.
Thank you for that. All right, thanks, guys, and carry on. I love this discussion. I'll be listening in.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for
See
joining
you
us.
in the
Thank you
chat.
for sharing.
Thank you.
Be well, be happy. I love what you left with us as your ending thought. I was just sorting my dogs out, making sure that they're peeing outside, and Indigo's having a little bit of an epileptic fit, so I had to check on her.
Okay.
She's my retriever, golden retriever.
Yeah.
She's beautiful.
Wonderful. Many blessings and much love to everyone. Thank you to all the great listeners. And I'll see you guys again soon. Be with you.
Much love, Indy.
Much love.
Bye.
That is seemingly like one of the biggest things that we're dealing with in the society, I think, is this repression. We've been forced to learn how to repress. And once again, Eclipse is all about suppression or repression, is it not? So when we think of an eclipse, like a solar eclipse is with the sun being repressed or suppressed by the moon, or a lunar eclipse is the moon being repressed or suppressed by the sun taking center stage and leaving the moon sort of, out of the picture, so to speak, which is an interesting concept. They've taken the idea eclipse and they've turned it into a mental form of conditioning, so that we're continually putting ourselves into a psychological state of eclipse, not allowing ourselves to go through the process of transformation and inner death in order to achieve that hidden light. We're continually pulled back from the brink, continually put into a perspective where we can't go through, and reinforcing ideas like we're not good enough, we're not enough, are normally how these are reinforced, because there are these other experts who know better, as they've taught us. And so we have to put the power outside of ourselves, which is sort of what the sun does. Now when the sun has been eclipsed, it's put the power outside of itself, and the moon has claimed all the power. Or vice versa. The moon has put all the power outside of itself, and the sun has claimed all the power. And both are polarities of each other, the extremities of the cycle, rather than the balance and the harmony of the center. And so we've been taught to be extremist. If you think about it, political extremism. Look at what's going on with the whole Gaza story at the moment.
Yeah.
My son's mother is being so... she's like these bad Gaza people. I'm like, you think it's that simple? I know that's what the media says, but do you really think it's that simple? I mean, obviously there's going to be extremist groups that are going to do bad stuff, but this has been going on a long time. And so everybody's being schooled into hating the Palestinians, right? Because they're the bad guys.
Yeah. We're supposed to support Israel.
Yeah.
Because it was apparently Palestine who attacked first. Like let's just forget the whole Israeli occupation of
Let's
Gaza.
pretend that Palestine's not at war, being invaded. So that there's so much of this going on. It frustrates me that it's in my home.
That's
And,
why that's why I refuse to pay attention to it. I mean, I keep like updated anyway because it's pretty inescapable, but I don't actively pay attention to it. I don't actively pay my energy to it.
Exactly. That's exactly what I said to my son's mother today. I said to her, that's not a good idea to watch this because she's watching all the time. And it's like, it's programming. And it's to set her off into an extremist attitude of like pointing finger at those bad guys. Instead of looking and going, hold on, who are you to point a finger at those guys? You haven't even been there. She's never even been to Israel.
I mean, wasn't it during the COVID years that a lot of media sources like literally told us to not do our own research? Like they told us, do not do your own research. Just trust the experts. The nameless experts that you always hear about. Because if it's always experts say, or new studies have found, but they never elaborate on who the experts are, or what the study was about, or who performed the study, how it was performed. No, it's just it has been studied by experts and they found something, and because as you said, they are the authority, you're supposed to believe them and not question them. Indeed, as you mentioned, every bit of power lies outside of yourself.
And that's an interesting point of what the eclipse represents. Eclipsing ourselves. So eclipsing ourselves is when we allow the light from outside to eclipse our own light, if that makes sense, in a sense. That's sort of what I was getting at, like with the way in which the occult principles of eclipse seem to be the baseline of magic. Because now we're really getting into the core of what eclipse really means. Yang yin, and these two poles of the yang and the yin, with the yin and the yang and the yin, and how the yang emerges from the yin, eclipsing the yin, when the yin is emerging from the yang, eclipsing the in cycles. And between these cycles of these two principles eclipsing each other, producing the four in one, the four, which is the dynamic polarity. This is where we get the idea of an eclipse from. So it's really programming is really based on these principles. And I suppose when you psyop someone, you're eclipsing their true self in order to, reprogram them. And pro gram. So gram is mass, right? And pro is to give them a pre and orthodox mass, and to do it again, if that makes sense, if you think of like the basis of the word. So it has literally to do with changing the state of reality, because gram is to do with mass, right? Reality. And so a pregnant woman, reprograms her mind when she's afraid in order to reprogram the car, mass, right? And pick it up. And So these principles of magic seem to be universal, and the eclipse seems to be the key to the whole story, to that emerging from the vacuum, emerging and entering back into the vacuum. The process of the toric field. And Taurus seems to be what is being represented by the eclipse as the opposite side of Libra, where Libra is the balancing of these two principles. The eclipse are the two extremes produced from the balance. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah.
And the word Tau, Tauras, Taur. So Taur also means, what does the word Taur mean in Celtic language? Is a Taur a mountain? Is it a river?
Well, a Tor in Dutch is a beetle. No, that's yeah, something like it. Not a beetle, but I don't
Are
know.
we talking about a scarab beetle?
Not. Yeah, no, yeah, a Tor, Tor in Dutch, or in English would be a beetle, like just any beetle, not a specific kind. So yeah, a scarab is a Tor because it's a beetle.
And a tor means a hill, a mound, but not just actually a tor is specific. And I made a mistake. It's not just a hill or a mountain, it's a mound. And a mound is created, it's sort of a man made concept, right? And you have all these tors across England where you have like probably the most famous one is Wayland Smithy, where you have these ancient structures within the hill, yeah, where they had religious services of sorts in the past, and so a Tor is related to constructing an unnatural hill,
Yeah,
and the torus has got to do with emerging from the vacuum, and so these two extremities in the polarities is expressed by the Tor, because in the Tor you've got a hill that's man-made going upwards, but you've got a hole that's inside going downwards, if that makes sense. So they would put a cave inside a hill, and have religious celebrations. Did you ever go and see any of the tours in England? Like Wayland Smithy is like one of the more famous ones.
I haven't yet. I still want to. I still want to do so many things. Um, but yeah, like mounds, burial mounds, or just huge man-made mounds. They are a big thing in in Northern Europe as a whole. Burial mounds could have multiple multiple uses. It's a burial mound, or the one that they recently found here in the Netherlands, which they're still going to pave over. By the way, fucking pissed about that. Served as a calendar as well, I believe. Like it served. It has so many purposes, and those hills, that's where where the spirits of our ancestors dwell. It's I believe it's also on those hills that you will or that you are most likely to catch the Fae, to see the Fae, because they are also seen sometimes as ancestral spirits.
That's rather interesting, you know, what you say there, and like a cairn, Mexico pointed out from South Africa, um, is also very much on point, you know, because that's another word for youth. I think a cairn. Is it not slang used in
The
such a way?
I don't know, but cairn is also core. The cairn of something is the core of something. Or even if we're talking energy, cairn energy is nuclear energy. A nuclear power plant we here call a kerncentrale. So it's like it's double centered actually, because the cairn is the core. The core is right in the middle, and centrale, the center, it's the center of the core. It's the center where the nucleus core is used, processed for nuclear energy. A cairn. Oh, like that. That's yeah.
But it is like
It's.
CERN, isn't it? Cairn, CERN. It's very close.
I mean, it probably all has to do with each other, like phonetics, Phoenicians. You know, it's very very important. Spelling is definitely important. You know, but it's called spelling for a reason. I keep saying this, but the phonetics are important as well. Like um, if you you know spell something, if you spell out loud, but the phonetics are wrong, then it doesn't work or has a completely different effect. You know, it's the sound, the energy of sound, the waves of sound that actually travel through the air, that travel through the dimensions, if you will, to make it real. So the phonetics and the spelling both, I would say, are about equally as important. So if it sounds like something else, it's probably related to it.
And the woke agenda first started with language. And I pointed this out in high school when I was 12. I had a problem with the way they wanted me to spell words because by then I had discovered like Middle English. And I was like, hold on, why did they change the spelling of that word and spell it like this? And why did they change the spelling of that word and spell it like this? Because you come across words and they're spelled differently. And you notice that when you look at the further you go back in English, the more phonetic the spelling was. Yeah. And the more modern the English becomes, the more complicated the spelling is in order to hide the phonetic value. Isn't that fascinating? This is what I noticed. And so I was continually arguing with my teachers because I'd spell a word and they'd say you spelled it wrong. And I'd pull out an old English term book and I'd slam it on the table and I'd say, this is how they used to spell it in those days. Who are you to
Yeah,
decide that? Do you
they
know what I mean?
keep
Who are you
changing
to
it.
decide that your spelling is better than that? That's how people were spelling it for centuries.
But
Then
she's the
suddenly now,
authority.
times I'm expected to spell it like that. Why should I?
If she's your teacher, she is the authority. So if she says to you as the student that that spelling is wrong, doesn't matter what it says in, you know, this or that book. She's the teacher. If she tells you it's wrong, it's wrong. You know, her word is law, basically.
My headmaster of my school's name was Mr. Law.
Very fitting. Very fitting. That's another thing, by the way. Like you'll see that a lot with names. That someone who, like for example, the we have here in the Netherlands, and Soraya probably knows the town Barneveld, which is very famous for its chickens. So you'll find, and then for example, you know, you'll watch something about the news on chickens in Barneveld or whatever, and then the guy they're talking to, his last name is something like chick or I or something to do with chickens, and it's so fascinating. And there have been studies done about that. Like for example, one that I clearly remember is that if your name is Dennis, you are most likely to become a dentist. You know, what's in the name? A lot is in the name. That's why names are so important. That's why they were so important to our ancestors. It's why I named my son Floyd Caden, with Caden being or meaning warrior, because I wanted him to, or I want him to have that warrior spirit. So I named him Warrior.
Yeah, that's very interesting when you speak about the names being relevant, because that's something that we've all noticed. Like I noticed that when I work under my second name, Patrick, not under my first name, Franklin. And Patrick is a better mood for me to be in when I'm working. When I'm Franklin,
so
I can
when they call you Franklin, you just tell them, "No, this is Patrick."
Yeah, literally, I'm Patrick when I'm working, and I'm Franklin when I'm not. It's an old-fashioned thing. In the old days, you had a second name, which is your professional name, first name, which was your personal name, and your family name. So people could refer to you in 3 different names depending on what capacity they were referring to you as, if that makes sense. If they were referring to you as a stranger, they'd call you like Williams, Mr. Williams. They're referring to you as somebody who's close to you as a friend, they'd consider you as Franklin. But if they were looking for you in your professional capacity, they'd use your second name, you know, which is interesting. We've forgotten why we have these names. People have lost the roots and the trade of what it means. And the numbers would be different for all of your names, right? And so it's an interesting concept that we've lost track of. And I noticed that the numbers for Patrick symbolize better what I do for a living. In terms of, you know, why do you have all these names? How many names have you got? You got 3 names, am I right?
Yeah, I do. Well, 3 names, and then my family name. So my first name, second name, I am named after my grandfather from mother's side. Third name, I am named after my father and my grandfather from father's side, and then my family name from father's side, of course.
It's interesting, you know. I've only got 2 names and my surname. My son's also only got 2 names and a surname. But that's like really these whole name things. It's like it's a big deal. It really is a big deal. And something Roman said. I wanted to get back on this. Don't forget the eclipse and the one in April. And the one from 17 is happening over the States. There have been a number of eclipses, and they seem to have been focused over the US. This is something that's happened in terms of the sun's movements. We've also got a lunar eclipse coming later this month, huh? It's a partial lunar eclipse. I think it's on the... Is it the 25th? Are you aware? Do you know what...
I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up. But yeah, it seems very
28th.
US centered.
October 28th.
So
I've looked it up
2810.
because I don't know
28
either.
2810. That's interesting because add 2 to 8, you have 10. 10 10.
True.
Full circle. Like coming full circle twice, basically.
Mhm. No, because we already had 10/10 this month, and now this date. It also
Yeah,
refers to 10/10.
2810 would again go down to 10 10 because 2 plus 8.
Yeah.
And then 2 plus 8 plus 1 making 11.
Yes.
Another very, very important number in any mystical religion, any mystic sense.
That's the numerology number.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that too, and just think of all the
And it's
things
actually
that.
my life path number, 11.
And in in our calendar now, it's the second to last month of the year.
Yeah.
Ending on the 12th. 1 2 equals 3. 1 2 3. And going back to 1.
Yes.
You can play with numbers like just so much in so many fun ways.
When you add all the numbers of 28 and 10 and 20 and 23, you end up with 81, don't you? Am I right? I think so.
Let's see. Let's grab my calculator real quick.
Sorry,
So that's
81, 20,
2
23,
plus
43,
8
63,
plus
71.
2 plus 8 plus 1 plus 2 plus 2 plus 3, because the zero doesn't count. So, I mean, if we break it all, did you say 81?
No, I meant it was a mistake. It's 71 because if you say 23 plus 20 is 43 plus 28 is 63 plus 8 is 71. And that breaks down to 8.
That's
So-
interesting, because if you take the zeros away, which makes it 2 plus 8 plus 1 plus 2 plus...
Yeah, 2 plus 8 plus 2, 2, 3. 2, 8, 2, 2, 3. Which is interesting.
I always count those numbers differently. I always do 20 plus 23 instead of 2 plus 2 plus 3.
In Gematria, they don't count the zero. Zero is...
I do it differently.
0 is... Yeah, I try to go by Gematria standards. And they don't use the 0 because 0 is nothing. 0 is, the point from where it all begins. So there are only 9 numbers, because 10 is just the completion. It's starting again at 1. 1 plus 0 equals 1. So everything is just 9 numbers and all the other numbers are just, a multiplication of those numbers. Like, think of a random number, and it will, consist of other numbers. So that makes breaking things down really easy. But that's interesting that if you take the full digits, the double digits, it breaks down to 8, and when you take the more geometric approach, it breaks down to 9.
Mhm.
It's very interesting when you look at the way the way these numbers are coming into being, and the Navratri is going to take us for the next 9 days. So tomorrow they'll be starting that festival, which
With
is
the number
quite an
8.
interesting concept.
Huh. The number 8 on the periodic table is oxygen.
Mm-hmm. And oxygen is the great polarizing element. Yeah.
Yeah.
It carries everything else. Carries your hemoglobin. It carries your translocates things around your body. So it's very much a fundamental sort of part of all of the metabolism, and it also is what ensures deterioration, oxidation, which is why we need antioxidants, right? Because there's certain things that fix with oxygen, and we call that oxidation. And so we need to remove those oxygen fixes so that the oxygen doesn't fix and cause deterioration in the system. So oxygen is both the life-giving principle and the killer. Isn't that beautiful? What you need kills you. What a concept, huh? So there's definitely something to this story. And obviously, the fact that oxygen has to bond with O2, right? So there always has to be 2 of them.
Yeah.
Except when it bonds with hydrogen. When it bonds with the hydrogen, it's only 1. And now it's no longer destructive. Now it's healthy. Isn't that interesting? So,
well, I mean, H2O, water, is also both good for you and destructive, as is everything in life, basically. I mean, you can use water to, water your plants, who will purify the air for you. You can use water to quench your thirst, but water can also cause poisoning. Water poisoning, it's a real thing. If you drink too much water, it will dilute your blood to the point that it's no longer viable. Water, as a human being, you can very easily drown in water. All that has to be underwater is your lips and your nose. That's it. So you can literally drown in what, let's say, 2 inches of water. So, and same with fire. It's an incredibly destructive force, but it also leaves very fertile ground in its wake after the burning. The black soil. So everything is. Sorry,
yeah.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just thinking of water and vata from Sanskrit. You got the pitta, you got the kapha, and you got the vata. And that's quite an interesting concept, the 3 elements that make up your body. The pitta is like a fiery aspect. And interestingly, the Vata is like a more of a sanguine element, and the Kapha, I believe, is an airy element. So you've got these very interesting words that keep coming up, you know, and water, water, water. Seems like the question mark, the question mark seems to stem from the element of water, questioning, reflecting. Yeah. Upon reflection, I thought this normally leads to questions, if you think about it, the act of reflecting inwardly. And water reflects. But water also at the same time has a way of sort of stripping things bare. I think that's this where we've lost our sort of momentum in life. Because obviously we've forgotten how to speak properly. So we've sort of learned how to communicate via text, many of us, most of us, a lot of the time. And it breaks down a lot of relationships, I believe. Well, I've noticed a lot of my clients. I'm always telling them, stop texting. You know what I mean? Start actually communicating, because we used to do that in the past. And I think water is sort of, it makes one become overly reflective. We've been taught to become obsessed with this element, in a sense. If you think of like what a screen represents, a screen is like a reflective place where they can give you images that will make you reflect within yourself and think about things, ask questions, if that makes sense. It all seems to come back to the element of water. We've been programmed to be overly watery to the point where it's destructive, where obviously water is a great element. Like martial arts has shown us that, like, you know, a little dripping drop of water will break a mountain, break a cliff. So there's an incredible amount of power latent in water, which is quite interesting. You know, we think of it as being a weak element, you know, because it doesn't seem to have solidity, but it's got a lot of magnetic potential.
Oh, water has solidity. Just, you know, jump in the pool and land flat on your back and tell me it doesn't feel like a solid.
So I do think that we've probably gotten to like pretty much the end of this discussion. We've been going for 4 hours. I don't know if you've noticed that. Or what is it that you want to add? That's what I'd like to say. What is it you want to add? And Soraya, I don't know if you've got anything specific more that you want to add. If there's anything you guys want to put on the table, we've got the table now. We can throw things at the table. Any particular angles? The geography was what Ronan mentioned, which is interesting, you know, that the focus has been on America, and of late there's been a lot of historical truths coming out about America, which were hidden for a long time. So I think the eclipse makes it harder for them to hide the truth, if that makes sense, because the facilitator of change is present.
I think it's going. I think any eclipse now in this time kind of catapults certain things to happen sooner than what we would think.
Yeah, I agree. Like in this Kali Yuga, Ragnarok, Revelations, Apocalypse, whatever you wanna call it. Yeah, I totally agree. Like every is just gonna reveal something. It's gonna bring something forward. It's the times we live in. Yeah.
Well,
total,
we've got to stay
total.
positive.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. But you know, in total darkness, every speck of light is highly visible. So, you know, I guess my last words would be serve the Kali Yuga. This is the best time to reach enlightenment, because every light shines so much brighter.
every seed has to start growing in the darkness. If the light comes prematurely, it kills the seed. Yeah. So you have to germinate a seed in the dark. What an interesting concept. And that sort of gives us the idea of why it's important for eclipses to happen, because an eclipse, in a sense, is a octave shift, as I like to consider it. All things as I see it is a fractal. So they're a repetition, but not the same. A little bit different, but a repetition, but not the same, a little bit different. And this repetition of this proverbial fractal, which is the nature of reality, comes to a point where obviously people are realizing that this is an illusion, this is a dream that's been sculpted for us. And so it's an interesting perspective that we're left with here, understanding how this fractal nature needs to be able to die to be reborn in a different form. Otherwise, it would just be the same thing over and over and over again, repeated here and there and there. There needs to be that slight shift from one thing to another thing so that the continuity of the pattern is there, but it's not obvious. Because we need to be seduced by it. Isn't that an interesting concept? Time. We need to become seduced by time. And so eclipses are how time becomes more seductive. Sort of like starting a conversation and not finishing it and starting the next one. Not finishing it and starting the next one. If that makes sense. Like you'll because the conversation is not ever finished, people won't leave. What does that remind you of?
Yeah. Kind of reminds me of these round tables. Like everyone has always so much awesome stuff to bring in. It's, you try to end it like 3-4 times, and by the 5th time, you're just like, okay, we've been going on for 6 hours now. I think it's time. By hour 3, you're like, okay, so I think everything's been said, and then people come with more stuff. We're into hour 4, and then hour 5, and hour 6, and you're like, okay. It's, don't you people like have to go to bed or work or like a social life? No, but these shows are awesome, man, and I for one am glad that I could join on one again. It's been a while, been busy.
Lovely to have you here. Totally lovely. And Fire Faye. I was hoping she would get back, but it's
yeah, no, she had some other things to deal with. We'll blame the moon.
It's easy
it was
to
lovely
blame
to have
her
her.
Yeah, I'm very very happy she came on as well. Seeing as how we're both dealing with some heavy emotions.
Indeed you are.
It's been an intense time. Sorry, Soraya, did I interrupt you? Please continue, my dear.
Oh, you didn't interrupt me. I was just responding to Stijn.
Yeah, these are heavy times, but as I have learned on this show, these are the times to alchemize it, to incorporate it, to make it part of who I am, and accept it. Accept that those dark feelings, those dark energies, those dark times are part of life.
Exactly, there cannot
Digest it like yesterday's
be light
sandwich.
without darkness.
Effectively.
That's assuming I haven't eaten any other sandwiches since then. I'm a big guy. I need to eat, okay?
Yeah, food. That's
And-
quite an interesting perspective.
And Firefire's son is getting as bad as I am, because she had to make him some food because he hasn't eaten in an hour.
Well, when I was young, I used to eat too much. I trained too much, so I ate too much. I used to eat 7 meals a day. Can you believe that?
Right.
But I used to train. I used to train in the morning, like 6. I used to train in like proper training in the afternoon. Then I used to proper training in the early evening. Then I did training again in the later evening. And there would be 2 sets of training in the evening. The set of training in the evening and then the set of training before I went to sleep. That was like my day. And even on Sundays and Saturdays, I would train. And then I'd climb the mountain, maybe on a Saturday, early 6 a.m., climb the mountain, or go surfing, which is like, then I used to go surfing in Dadna with this big swell. So you paddle for your life, man.
Man, I wish I had that time to train.
That was when I was young. Don't have that time to train, and besides, I've got a dad bod now. But that's
You're
when I
still
was like a
young.
teenager.
You're as old as you feel. So, after a day of work, I'm 50.
It's the beard that gives me away. Otherwise, I'd be 30, man. Oh, like I'm 30, So it's like,
Nah, man, come on. The ladies love a silver fox.
Yeah, they do.
I'm full of gifts.
You're the second one complaining about a dad bod. Ronan was complaining about that he has a dad bod as well.
I'm proud of my dad bod. Dad bods are strong bods, eh?
They are.
Because you got to pick up your kid and swing him around and throw him up there and catch him there, and makes you quite solid and bone structure.
I mean, there's literally a thing called dad strength. Because
it's like my bone density increased when I became a father a lot. I noticed that. I've always had a bone density, but now I'm a heavyweight, right? I think I'm either the heaviest category of heavyweight or the second heaviest category of heavyweight that there is now, but I don't look it. I don't look that heavy.
I mean, the heavyweights, if we're talking martial arts, those guys get big, though.
I'm one of those guys, but I'm not big. But I'm that weight. I'm closer to 90 kilos.
Wait, 190?
No, 90. 90 kilos.
Oh, close. Dude, then I'm heavier than you are. I'm closer to 100.
Are you closer to 100? Okay, so you but I'm only 5'9".
I think I'm like 90, like anywhere between 93, 95 kilos.
I think I'm about 89, 90. That round about 90, somewhere there. So for me, that's like a little bit dad body.
Well, I still train, and I have two physically demanding jobs. Working in security and working in food and bev. I'm on my feet all day, so.
Tough one.
There's nothing wrong with a dad bod. Like, come on, it's it's water weight. Just say it's water weight. It's the moon cycles having a big effect on you, so you're retaining water.
Yeah, I enjoy retaining water. it's like I still climb the mountain every morning, so I'm not like unfit. I don't train. I train here, but I climb the mountain to keep my body in tune with here, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's
So
an interesting perspective that we've been taught to identify so much with our bodies. Once again, this to me, this is like eclipsing something, because we forget that like the body is a tool, if that makes sense. Like we will move on. We will go back into the womb. We will be reborn. It's an inevitable reality.
Yeah,
And
but you are the corpus. You are the living dead.
thank you, Mexico, for the Dad Bod Rock story. So
Gotta
we
keep it
just
light.
Yeah, you got to have a giggle. But I do think that we've sort of come quite a way with the eclipse story, and I think the most poignant thing that I'm going to take from this conversation is what you said, Stijn, about the egg lips, the lips where you put your eggs in. Yeah, the egg lips.
Yeah.
Because
I mean,
it's really about the womb. It's really about the womb.
the egg is also kind of shaped like the Vesica Pisces.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So the lips
You know?
are like a,
Yeah, because it's oval shape.
they make that
And
shape.
so is the Vesica
Yeah.
Pisces. Like two circles and rolled in one. Half through.
Yeah, and like egg symbolism, you'll find it anywhere. You know, the cosmic egg, the Orphic egg. You know, what came first, the chicken or the egg?
Exactly. Then we come back to that.
Back to chickens. Woohoo!
There's a
Yeah.
woke thing. There's a woke thing that really winds me up. Because in ancient times, chickens were a sign of bravery. Yeah? And the chicken's a really
Yeah,
brave animal.
they aren't right now anymore. Now it's if you call someone a chicken, he is scared and doesn't dare anything.
Yeah, or you know, when someone's like running around seemingly aimlessly, you're saying like he's running around like a headless chicken or like a
Yeah,
chicken with the head cut off.
that's what they call.
But it gives you an idea of the potency of a chicken. Even when you take their head off, they can keep it going. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Because you
I
take
never actually thought about it that way.
indomitable
I
will.
do because my grandfather used to slaughter his own chickens.
My grandmother used to have chickens. Like as a little boy, when I had sleepovers at my grandma, my oma, I always got to feed the chickens. I did have to
Oh, that's
close
cool.
the door behind me though, the door of the chicken coop. Otherwise, the ladies would just run out.
Yeah.
Oh, fresh eggs for breakfast, like picked by my oma that very morning. Good times.
Back in the days when
Exactly.
eggs were still eggs.
Yeah.
Oh, I
What a
still
fun.
eat a hell of a lot of eggs.
So yeah, if there's anything you guys want to add, now's our chance. And I'm
To
glad
the
that we
to the eggs, maybe a little salt.
Salt, pepper, and eggs.
don't put all your eggs in one basket.
Ah,
Oh, that's too woke. That's the polyamorous discussion again. But the chicken story is like classic because chickens, right? Um, they were introduced into Europe. They aren't native to Europe, and they were introduced into Europe for the sake of ritual sacrifice, and they were sacrificed as an emblem of bravery. how's this for a concept? And throughout ages, chickens were considered as a sign of bravery. Even if you look at Chinese astrology and you look at what the chicken symbolizes, it's not cowardice, it's the opposite.
Yeah.
And they've completely woked it. They've turned it upside down.
Yeah.
They've taken a creature. The reason chickens are domesticated is because they're not scared of us. You can walk right up to them. They're like, yeah, what do you want? You know, they're brave. Like they're so brave that they're
That's
brave for the being.
that's true actually. Like they're pretty much the only feathered bird who you can walk up to and they're just like, yeah, yo, what's up? You know, geese and swan, they'll attack you right away. And any other, well, flying bird, pretty much if we're talking Europe, Northern Europe, they'll fly away. It's like, don't you dare come near me. Okay, I'm off.
Yeah.
And then we say chicks. Like, so women are called chicks in woke slang. It was like introduced by like Hollywood, you know.
And if you're talking about a cute girl, it's even worse. You're calling them a chickie. So, you know, it's even like they're not a chick, they're a chickie. You know, it's even smaller, even more meaningless, I guess, powerless, if you will.
Yeah.
A heart on legs. I think that's a really good description for a chicken. They've got big hearts. They're very.
They do have.
So powerful. They outlive their own brains.
I know they have big hearts. I can buy them here at the butcher's.
And the heart and the rhythm of the heart is so well founded in the chicken that they can run even after they're technically dead. Which is
and they can run for a while. They can. It's not just 3 steps and body falls down. Like it
can
they keep on running for a bit.
About 1.5 hours max. From the stories that I heard my mother tell about when her father slaughtered chickens.
I'm gonna look it up.
Are you joking? Like an hour, even half an hour, even 10 minutes is like, it's ridiculous. Even 2 minutes is ridiculous if you think about it. 10 seconds is a lot. 20 seconds is ridiculous. A minute is just off the charts. 10 minutes is like, it's a joke. 20 minutes is like, come on, let's cry ourselves like a river of hilarity. It's an interesting concept.
Okay, so I can do you one better. Even this is really exceptional. But there was this chicken who got the name Wonder Mike. In 1945, a farmer in Colorado, tried to decapitate one of his chickens, but by accident kept the main carotid artery and a part of the brainstem intact. So pretty much decapitated chicken lived on for another 18 years just on the carotid artery and a part of the brainstem. Working hard on lungs, could eat, walk, sit down like any other chicken. It's just,
I thought it was 18 months.
18 months, but that's like highly exceptional because it was like pretty much a decapitation gone wrong.
Yeah. His name was Mike the Headless Chicken.
I mean, that's another like that's just like bravery, exceptional bravery in like the weirdest way, like living on just because a part of your brainstem and like the carotid artery in your neck is still intact. Like imagine that with a human. Like that's not gonna happen. If you cut all of that besides, the artery and the brainstem, you're still like not here anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so there's a classic example, and bulls. Like I was, who was that? Oh, it wasn't on the show that I was talking, but I was talking about how bulls operate. If you've ever been around, like a lot of bulls in the wild, they're strategic. If they charge you, they get into formation. The bulls. There's a lot of them, and you get too close to the babies and they're in the wilderness, they'll get into formation. Not domesticated ones. They'll charge you in formation, and they'll change their formation as they get closer to you in order to turn into a V, and they'll surround you and make a circle around you, and then they'll tighten the noose until they've got you in close quarters and surrounded, which is fascinating. You know, bulls behave like this. We don't get given the true equivalent of the intelligence of bulls until you go into the jungles and you see this for yourself. You don't know it's possible. We're taught that they're sort of like just docile animals, or whatever. No, they're not. They're actually very active. You know, and I've had this happen to me. And they'll make a circle around you and stomp and get closer until the alpha will decide whether you live or die. They'll be watching the alpha, waiting for the sign. So, yeah. And these are like, so most of the animals they're breeding for food are actually highly sophisticated animals. Pigs, oh my gosh. Pigs are more
Oh, they are
intelligent than
very
dogs.
smart.
Oh, they
They're
are
very
some.
smart animals.
They are top three together with humans and dolphins.
Yeah. And they have a heart that's similar to ours. That's why in heart transplantations is often used.
Yeah, I mean even the structure of their meat is very similar to that of a human, and there are some um, occult explanations for that. Basically regressing back into the animal kingdom. You are what you eat. You are how you behave. If you behave like a pig, then over the duration of I don't know how long you turn back into a pig, it wouldn't surprise me at all. The world is full of wonders, so why not this as well?
Yeah.
No, but I imagine it they say you are what you eat, and if you see someone who like doesn't clean their house, has no manners to speak of or whatever, like you call them a pig, right? Because like how do you call someone like that human? He doesn't take care of himself. Everything is dirty, everything is filthy. You associate that with pig, with a pigsty, because everything's dirty, everything's filthy, everything's muddy. So, and I think that's just look at Pinocchio, the story of Pinocchio. The bad boys turned into donkeys, and Pinocchio. I mean, if for anyone watching or listening, if you if you don't know what a homunculus is, well, check out the show that I did on it together with One on Juan, the number one humancologist. And as soon as you've watched my show, go watch his stuff. It's amazing. But like, so much is hidden in alchemy and occult alchemy. You know, Pinocchio is the homunculus. Bad boys turning into donkeys because, you know, they're dumb, they're stupid, so you call them a donkey, which is another thing, because donkeys are damn smart, because at the same time, a donkey doesn't hit himself twice on the same stone. But
Yeah.
then when someone's dumb, you call them a donkey. Or, you know, even way back, you in the classroom, you put a hat on them with donkey ears and put him in the corner of the class facing the wall. You know, you donkey.
Mm-hmm.
They're known for being stubborn. So, you know, when someone's being stubborn, you call them a donkey.
Yeah.
Like, there's so many things with animals who are actually really smart. Or
Exceptionally smart. Most animals, they're being highly undervalued.
Yeah.
And underappreciated.
But we always use it as a negative connotation because, you know, the animal kingdom is below us.
But it's not. We are part of the animal kingdom. That's the funny part of it.
Exactly. You know, but what, like, for example, when I look at my cat Timmy, man, I wish I had his life. Just sleep all day, eat, you know, being served, you know, having someone love you and like literally clean your shit. He's got a better life than I do. And he's a cat. You know, he belongs to the animal kingdom, supposedly a lower life form, with, you know, cats being regarded as one of the higher ones still because, you know, they're domesticated. Timmy ain't domesticated. He only fakes being domesticated.
I think it's by design. I think they deliberately had us invert our ideas of truth. If people want to convince you of lies, it's easier to get you to start to believe small lies because life is a habit. And if they can get you to believe small lies, then they'll get you to believe bigger lies and bigger lies until they can like convince you that like Biden really is fit to run for president.
Mm.
Like he really
well,
can
anyone
find his
can
way
see he isn't, but
yeah, and you know, here in the Netherlands, Margaret is the best prime minister we've ever had. You know, he failed he failed 3 out of his 4 cabinets, but let's you know, just skip over that real quick.
yeah, surpass it real quick. Come on, move over. Let's do it right.
Just like Trump made America great again.
Daar heb ik geen actieve herinnering aan. That was his favorite words.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, that was Margaret his go-to. Like, I don't have any active memories on that.
I had no active recollection of that. I was like, what the hell?
I have no active recollection of that statement. I have no active recollection. Or, you know, whenever, or another thing when he refuses to answer is like, oh, I'll have to, you know, look that up. I'll have to find that out. I'll ask about it. The hell you did.
Yeah. Easy scapegoat.
Good thing he's out of politics now. I mean, you know, he filled his pockets. Now it's time for some, you know, cozy, way too high paid desk job at some, you know, $1 billion business.
Die wordt uitgeprobeerd, dat wordt nog gedaan.
politics is a great way to get rich.
Oh, very right.
You know, speaking of money, speaking of currency, if you want to get rich and want to get rich, you know, by doing, well, by ruining your country, basically, go into politics.
Yeah.
That's a good point,
And it's interesting.
Mexico. That's
It- it-
the
it's
purr of a cat. Yeah.
yeah.
True, that's
Well,
true.
that's
It
exactly
does.
what we were getting at, was these
When a cat
animals all
purrs,
got powers.
when a cat purrs, it does remove negative energy.
Yeah.
But it also
It's
soothes you. It relaxes you also.
yeah, and cats, like, they definitely see things that we don't, or that we have lost the power to see. Like, anyone who has a cat, or you know, has friends or family with a cat, like, you know that sometimes a cat will just be so fixated on one, for us, like, seemingly empty point, like empty point in the room. It's just like, what are
Oh
you
yeah,
looking at? Nothing's there, nothing that we can
it
see, but
looks like
obviously the cat
nothing.
is seeing something.
Mm-hmm.
Removes potential cancer cells. I'll believe that. Cymatics, the, you know, vibrations, cymatics, the study of sound. It's just, you counter a bad vibration with the opposite vibration, basically. So everything can be done and healed with sound. It's
Yeah,
how they built. That's how they built the pyramids, with, you know, with the use of sound, with the use of vibrations, of cymatics.
yeah. The
Cats
left,
and
the
dolphins.
the levitate the block with.
But yeah, cats are amazing animals.
Oh yeah, they are. I can even call one of my two cats by name when I telepathically, and then he'll look my direction and he'll come to me.
And
I've had that with cats too. I've had it with cats that will follow me around. Like, there's a cat that
yeah,
lives a kilometer from here, and he follows me home. And he comes into my garden with me.
Oh, that's
Like,
just
I've got
good.
I
Malamute. Malamute is like a 60-kilogram bag of teeth. Yeah. And like, it's a serious, it's a dog. It's a big dog. It makes huskies look small.
oh wow.
And we've got 3 dogs, actually. So anyway, um, you know, these cats are something else. But when you look at all of these creatures, like the bull, the cow, the um, the pig. The pig is the animal of Vishnu, so it's the avatar of Vishnu. Highly important. One of the most important of the avatar. The bull has been part of worship since forever, and the cow too. Lakshmi and Nandi from Vedic, and from other schools it's the same. Um, then you look at the chicken. The chicken was one of the earliest animals of worship. They were never eaten. Cows were not farmed for eating, they were sacred. Bulls
Yeah.
were not farmed for eating, they were sacred. Goats were originally sacred, were not farmed for eating, they were sacred. The lamb, the ram, another animal that was considered sacred. All the animals that were sacred are the animals that people are eating now.
Even in
Which is
North Germanic mythology, the, you know, the cow is literally how we got the Milky Way, like one of the primordial cows on which um the gods fed on. Like, they fed on the milk, on, you know, the river of milk coming from the others, and that river of milk is the Milky Way. And goats, two billy goats pull the cart of Donar, of Thor, and they provide sustenance as well, because every night he can just slaughter his goats, cook the meat, eat it, and as long as he doesn't damage the bones, he can throw the bones into the fire, and the next day he has his goats again. So they are his, they pull his cart and provide him like pretty much with an eternal source of sustenance and animal protein, which, being the god of strength, literally the most powerful god in the Aesir, in the Aesir tribe, you need your protein, and animal protein is the best protein. That's another thing that they've wokified. Oh, you need to go vegan. You can get all your protein from plants. Animal protein is where it is. Speaking of eggs and speaking of things wokified, don't go vegan. Just stick to animal protein. If you want to be a big strong boy, stick to animal protein.
I don't know about that, because since I stopped eating meat, okay, I'll give you an example. My child weighs 36, 37 kilos. He's 7 years old, recently turned 7. His bone structure and his muscle structure is the same as like a 10, 11-year-old child, boy. And he's 7. So he can't play roughly with children his age because he hurts them. He has to play roughly with children that are like 10 or 11 for his strength capacity, which is ridiculous. And he was a vegetarian most of his life. He only recently started eating a bit of fish. And he doesn't eat a lot of fish. He's a bit of a pescatarian. And so I do think that, like, for example, when it comes to metabolizing, but you've got to know what you're eating. You can't just eat. You've got to eat sesame.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. Like if you're gonna eat meat, get it from the butchers. Don't buy supermarket meat. Unless you like are actively trying to poison yourself, then by all means.
Yeah.
But get good quality meat. Get it from the butchers, or preferably even directly from the farmers.
Yeah, there's
Or if you
definitely a conspiracy out there to make people sick.
Or if you truly want to know what happens to the animals, what happens to the meat, raise some cattle yourself. Chickens, they're very low maintenance. There's a reason why, like, everyone can have chickens. This is why my grandmother, when she was at least in her 70s, she still had chickens. Like, if a small, old woman can have like multiple chickens and feed them and take their eggs for sustenance and all, everybody can.
Yeah, I do think that they're really poisoning people on the whole. Hormones, drugs, everything that they pump into the feed.
Pesticides over your vegetables, or just over the
Even with the
food
vegetables, like you
for
said,
the
fruits.
animals.
Even the fertilizers they use to grow the foods. You're right.
Yeah.
The poisoning is coming from every direction, and it's like,
I mean,
literally
even
every year.
Even such a simple and, I'll admit, rather convenient thing as like seedless fruits. the fact that they're seedless means that they are genetically modified.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
Netherlands is the land of square
Grapes
tomatoes.
are the best example for them.
I mean, yeah, like when I'm eating grapes, I don't. When I'm eating grapes, I don't like spitting out seeds. Sure, but if it means that they're natural, or at least for as far as they are natural, well, more natural than seedless, then guess I'll just
Mm,
bite into some seeds.
yeah.
Grapeseed.
No problem.
Grapeseed oil. It's quite good
Oh,
for you.
seed oils? I don't know, man. They
No,
clog up your arteries.
grapeseed. Not rapeseed.
Oh,
Grapeseed.
grapeseed. Oh, yeah. Those.
Rapeseed is GMO, but grapeseed isn't.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
or might
true.
be.
True.
Might be. These days, you
Well,
don't really.
no, I mean, yeah, no, I totally. Oh, I keep forgetting about that. Like, you can get oil from the seeds of fruits, because, like, raspberry oil, very expensive. Very expensive. Talking about money, everything's about money. But it acts as a very good, very natural sunscreen,
Yeah.
or like sun oil, if you will. So if you can afford it, in the summers, don't rub sun lotion or sunscreen lotion
Nothing.
on your skin,
What is that?
but do natural oil.
Yeah. Oiling yourself is better than using sunscreen.
Jojoba oil is one of the other ones. Jojoba. Also not so cheap, but very good for your skin. I think Stijn fell off. Probably. Oh, wait, there he is. He's back.
Sorry, I'm doing a million and one things at the same time.
Yeah. This streamer doesn't really like that.
No, and I'm still kind of getting used to my newer phone, I guess. Not completely new, but still new-ish.
Okay. Oh yeah. It's new for you. So.
Well, yeah, I never had this brand before. I never even knew the brand existed. I think it's fairly new. But yeah, like the seed oils, like don't cook with them. Fruit seed oils are better. Mud for sunscreen. I mean, if it works for the pigs, I guess it could work for us. Mud is actually a pig's beauty secret.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's they
their cells young.
yeah, it's as the mud dries, all the the little bugs and the dead skin flakes get caked into the mud, and then when the mud falls off, it falls it all falls off them, and their skin is as new. Yeah. So I mean, like, we do that too. Mud baths for us. It's a thing, and it's very good, because it'll literally take every little bit of dry skin, or small tiny critters that we really can't see. It takes it with it.
Yeah. And even we even have for women special mud facial things on the face. I forgot the English name.
Yeah.
Those masks. Mud masks.
Yeah, mud and clay also even.
Yeah, clay is also a good one.
I've got
Those are very
clay.
Those are very popular and widely available. But yeah, just and like actual good mud. Like don't just go digging in the backyard and rub it on your face. Like
I would do that.
You never know what you find in your backyard, though.
that's true. That's true. There is quite literally a whole world beneath our feet. So
let's call it a day. It's been 4 hours and 49 minutes. Which is
we managed to
long.
stretch it another 50 minutes.
You want to stretch it another 50?
I mean, but by now we found out how to keep you talking. So
anyway, right.
The interesting thing, and we're actually skimming along a lot of topics here that are all quite relevant, like the whole idea of mud, the nutrients that your body absorbs from mud. Sort of gives us an idea of where we come from, where we once plants, because you do absorb. I remember living on Metsugai Dergot for some time, which is on the way to Eilat, from Jerusalem, and it's on the Dead Sea, and there's different springs there. So there's cool springs, sweet springs, and hot springs, salt springs of the water. And what you do is you live there and you coat yourself in mud every day, and you literally are absorbing nutrients from that mud, salts.
Yeah.
Which actually gets processed by your body, which you don't have to eat, which is interesting.
Exactly, because your skin is the biggest organ of your entire body. So
Yep.
it supports more than what we know. That's
So
why
absorbing.
you shouldn't be using sunscreen, because it blocks every natural thing that your body does.
Yeah.
And then
Not to mention the
primarily
not to mention the heavy metals.
Not only
Not to
that,
mention,
but it is proven that sunscreen causes cancer.
yeah, if you use it for long enough, if you rub it on long enough, it will.
Brought out the effects of the sun that causes your body to make a natural protection layer against the sun.
Yeah, and that's I hear that more and more from people that in the summer when when the sun gets really bright and really hot, they'll burn once and then just tan, and it's it makes me think that you have to. It's kind of like being reborn as well. You have to burn off the old skin first from the winter months that is just not suited for those heavy rays, because in the winter months and autumn and whatever, it's dark, so that's why
That's the
why you get
least
so pale.
hours of sun that you get. The
Yeah.
least hours of vitamin D you see, skin can restore.
I mean, I don't use sunscreen. I mean, that does mean that I do burn sometimes, but I mean, as long as I use a natural ointment for that, like aloe vera, which treats it really well, I'm good.
Here's the thing
Yeah.
about sunglasses, your eyes, the secondary metabolites. There's something I came across that's got to do with wearing sunglasses causes you to burn. Because
I believe I've heard that before too, because it tricks your brain into thinking that it's
There
not
is no
as
sun.
bright. Well, no,
Yeah.
I mean there is sun, but it's not as bright, so therefore it's not as dangerous.
yeah, your eyes tell your brain to kick into like secondary secondary metabolite action, which is to actually stimulate the production of your own sunscreen. It's the same like when you're growing cannabis. Yeah. If you want to grow the best cannabis there is in the world, you use UV
Yeah.
because it increases the secondary cannabinoids, secondary metabolites, which increases the production of THC, which is sunscreen. So you can pump it over 30%. So that's one of those things. I discovered that with the Durban poison plant. They can handle a lot of UV. But yeah, I think that there's a lot that they've lied to us about. Do you know what they put in these sunscreens? You know what they put in lip balms to protect you? They put in venom from a viper in South America, I think. And this is the
What?
same spike proteins that have been found in the COVID virus. Don't you find that interesting?
Snake poison.
And they're also
So
snake oil. They put snake oil in there.
so they're literally snake oil salesmen.
Yeah, they put snake venoms in there. And
Yeah.
these snake venoms are tricking your body, into behaving differently. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Like how many products, makeup, cosmetics,
Yeah.
I think even with a lot of these skincare products, they're putting snake venom into them. And they build up in your nervous system. They're really not good for you.
I mean they're nervous toxins. That's what snake venom does. It attacks the nervous system.
Yeah, exactly. And then multiple sclerosis and Parkinson's disease and ME are on the rise.
Yeah, wonder why.
Mm-hmm.
And other neurological disorders like epilepsy. I think it also can affect your gallbladder and basically your metabolizing unit in your body, which can also lead to sugar diabetes, I believe, or increase the risk of that. So there's quite a lot that the snake venom does, and there's actually a lot of
Gallbladder.
snake venom in a lot of our stuff that we use. Like they're really pouring snake venom into us.
Your gallbladder, that's interesting because that, like, of course, works in conjunction with your liver, which, breaks down those, those fatty acids and breaks down alcohol. So,
I think
you'll
it
hear
also
that.
produces bile, or helps in the
Yeah,
process of producing bile.
yeah, which helps with, with breaking all that stuff down, of course.
That's what they're attacking. So you cannot.
Well,
And
that's
if
an
you,
interesting point, Mexico. But apparently, okay, so this is what they want us to believe. But there's another thing that snake venom is used for: heart medication. Yeah.
but
So it causes the dilation of the blood vessels in order to decrease blood pressure, and it's administered via pills. So the idea that you can't get snake venom into your body, through digestion. Well, if you go and look at what they're using for blood pressure medicine, it's snake venom. It's one of the main ingredients. And those are pills that you're eating. So somehow that gets intact into the system through the gut and is able to basically cause the blood vessels to open up. Because what it is it's a muscle relaxant and it affects the nerves. And so the muscles around the blood vessels relax and they open up and the blood pressure is reduced in the system.
Wow. Okay. That.
And so they use it for that kind of medicine. And they use that same stuff in that same snake venom, not even a different snake venom, using it in other botanical products for skincare and makeup. Makeup is full of it. The girls think they're going to be pretty when they're wearing makeup. They're going to end up with a face, you know.
I don't use makeup, so I don't know.
Well, I'm a natural beauty. I don't need makeup. I mean, the digestive juices are incredibly strong juices in of itself.
Yeah.
Like stomach acid is literally capable of breaking down a razor blade.
Yeah.
So the fact that snake venom in its entirety is able to survive that. Ooh, Medusa, love her.
It's snake venom. By the way, cobra venom can be smoked.
Oh, anything can be smoked if you want to.
No, I mean, when you smoke cobra venom, it's supposed to be one of the most psychedelic effects that there is.
I'll believe
Stronger
that.
than DMT.
Taking it through, taking it over the lungs, you know, it gets into your bloodstream so fast.
Yeah. So this is something they do in India. Don't know whether it's a good idea. People do die from it. Get sick.
Wow.
I believe that's not such a good idea.
So you're saying that smoking venom can kill you? Wow. Who knew?
I've heard. I've heard. Like maybe people smoke too much of it. Maybe it makes you sick and it doesn't kill you immediately. But I've heard it can have detrimental effects. Although I've known people who have smoked snake venom and they survived. They were fine. Didn't have problems. So I don't know. I've never done it. I OD'd on Datura and it made me blind for. I was like blind to varying degrees for 3 months, but I was completely blind for about 4 days.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Like
I
speaking
couldn't
of,
see this. Couldn't see my hand in front of my face.
wow. Like
I could see
Medusa
lights.
is.
Do that again.
Medusa is another one of those entities that has been made evil. Medusa wasn't the bad guy.
No, neither was Lilith.
Athena actually was. In the story of Medusa, Athena is actually the bad guy. Medusa is the victim. Snakes for hair. It's still an interesting concept. And then turning men to stone, like actually turning them into statues. Could that explain some of the very lifelike statues that we know? Is that literally man being turned to stone? You'll find it anywhere. You'll find it in the Bible too. You know, Lot's wife looked back, poof, pillar of salt, turned to stone. You'll find it in the European mythologies, with the trolls, and the sun coming up. When the sun comes up, the trolls turn to stone.
Well, I thought
I
that the
believe
reason
there
they put
is.
snake venom in everything is just to cull the population. Well, it's actually to make money, because if the corporations can get snake venom into all your products, then you're going to get sick, and you're going to go to look for medicine.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
it's a
It.
financial.
I mean, they
thing.
all work together. Makeup is just a different chemical composition. It's still chemicals, just a different composition.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's an interesting concept. Funny how we got onto snake venom from the eclipse, because we're talking about death, we're talking about eclipse, the egg, the serpent, the serpent
The
molts, goes through a kind of
the
a death, like
the
it's an eclipse of.
Ouroboros, the world snake, the snake eating its own tail.
So they're putting the snake venom into a lot of products. Is interesting in itself, and the connections with COVID. Don't even go there. That 2 video story, yeah, like
Mhm.
co-ed, co-ed video.
Yeah.
That sounds a bit wrong, doesn't it? But the co-ed video scenario was basically, yeah, the spike protein is the exact same spike protein as in the. And I was watching this a while ago, and I was like, is this really true? So I went and actually dug up the papers, and it's genuine. And then I dug up the papers to see about certain products, and is it in there? And it is. This is genuine research. This is real stuff. So they really are doing this, you know.
I mean, that could explain the rise of people with brightly colored hair. Because in nature, in the wild, when a animal, like sticking to like snakes or amphibians, those little tiny frogs in the Amazon rainforest, prettiest colors, highly toxic. And what are most people with very brightly colored hair? They're highly toxic people. But they are people who usually have bought into the system, have bought into the fear, have taken all the shots, all the boosters, or all everything that they can get. They are the ones with the toxic attitude, the toxic mentality, sticking and fighting for a highly toxic system.
Yeah, I don't think it's human. I don't think humans are behind this. Personally,
No,
I think it's
a
to do with what David Icke was talking about. That the moon was a
uh,
spaceship. Well, I'm using that as a metaphor, but the moon could be a spaceship. It could be an
Yeah.
extra dimensional portal.
the moon is a artificial satellite. It rings hollow like a bell.
But it could be that it's a dimensional portal through which these vibrations are coming because of the toric warp of space-time. It could be a lot of things. Think about it.
I think
That
it's
produce the same effects
it's
as what they've
I
measured.
think it's both. I think it's both a portal and a a physical satellite placed into our orbit.
But the physical satellite might be elsewhere, producing magnetic fields here. Might be a dimensional thing through which.
The moon and the black moon. The black moon being the portal, and the moon, the physical moon, being the magnet, being the one that gives off the magnetic waves. And the sun and the black sun, the black sun being another portal. And the sun that we see in the sky, being the one who gives off that heat, who gives off that huge electric static. Oh yeah. I mean, if we're just talking like dimensions, there are already several higher, lower, beside us.
You could die by mentioning it.
Yeah, you could actually. Yeah. And it's like you can even prove it in a physical way if you want to. Just go by the light spectrum. We don't see the full light spectrum, so we know there are things that we do not see, that we, with our physical eyes in this state of humanity, we are not able to see, just because it's on a different light wave, a different light frequency. We are not able to see it.
You might
Is that
even be
another
able to,
dimension? Possibly.
yeah. Might be in a different phase, like a different phase of light, different angle.
Yeah.
Angel.
Phasing in and out.
Okay, guys, let's call this 5 hours and 10 minutes.
Going for real. We're all getting tired, especially you, right, Ray?
Another.
This has got to be the one. This has got to be the one that does it. Use the loo. There's a whole lot of things, and recover from this solar eclipse. My head is feeling so much. I literally felt my head relax after the eclipse. Huh? Incredible. I felt it building up, and it was building up in my head. The eclipse went past, and I felt it relaxing. The eclipse, I think, went just before the show, didn't it?
It
A little while.
it might have. I'm not sure.
I think Central
Ronan's.
Time in America, it was about 9 a.m. Yeah.
Didn't really pay attention to it much.
I know Firefay is 8 hours behind me. She's pretty much landlocked. It's a little past 11 here. So, yeah, I guess. Sounds about right. Ronan is 6 hours behind on me. And he was experiencing, like, I believe it came over during the show. Yeah.
I literally felt the pressure easing just before the show, a little while before the show.
Nice.
Guys, thank you both.
South Africa. Yeah, you might have been on the table.
I've died by mention, yeah. So much love to you guys. Thank you guys for being on the show. Thank you, Stijn. Thank you, Nadia and Soraya. And thank you, everybody else. Thank you, Mexico, and everybody else that's been on the show, and everybody that's been a part of it. And sending so much love to everybody. And don't forget to smile, because life is pretty short. These coming hard and fast political tactics to cause us to become polarized and to create an artificially stimulated or forced eclipse of the heart and mind is something of a tactic that has been used to bamboozle us through psyops tactics. So don't let it happen to you. So much love to everybody. God bless you all. Take it easy. Smile. Thank you, Mexico. And keep it sweet. Om Shanti.
See ya.